Good evening, everyone, and welcome back to another fantastic episode of Mythos Vanesia Nightfall. Hello, hello. Let me switch over. So that I can listen to the music as well. Alright everybody, welcome back. We are on episode 16 of our ongoing D&D campaign, Mythos Vanesia Nightfall. And I know that last week we said that it was going to be the final episode before we take a break for our one-shot alternate universe, Mythos Vanesia Daybreak, but things happened. Things went a little bit slower than expected. And so here we are, still in the wrapping and packaging stages of our final episode of the arc, not of the campaign. Hopefully the final episode. We shall see, we shall see. It's never really predictable. But yeah. Let's run through announcements, everybody. So, of course, we must begin with the music. Everyone, today's music is courtesy of Ian Fisher at Tabletop RPG Music. You can get their links at any time with exclamation music in the chat. First link leads to their YouTube. All of their tracks are, of course, free to listen to, free to use in your own tabletop campaigns. If you would like to support the artist, however, check out their Patreon, which is patreon.com/tabletop-rpgmusic, also the second link there. And you can show them some love for their fantastic work. They have 83 songs now, I believe? 83 tracks, all of which have hour-long versions that you can get perfectly looped if you subscribe to their Patreon. And they continue to release monthly, of course. Moving on to our second friend, Mythmaker. Mythmaker 5e is a fellow homebrew creator like myself. Love the content that they put out. They are weekly releasing new and exciting things. They have their own Discord, they have their own subreddit. The link that I posted there, mythmakergm.com, is their fantastically designed website. Give them a look. A lot of their content is entirely free, everybody. That's weekly spells, monsters, and other creations that they release constantly. Other stuff is behind their Patreon, so subscribers get access to extra special things. And of course, you get to support a fantastic creator. We use a couple of their spells in our own campaign. Alright, moving on to the more personal announcements. We do have an ongoing goal up at the top. We've completed our goal for moving, which is happening at the end of the month. So expect at the end of the month an interruption in streams as we pack everything up, move, and unpack. I'll keep you guys updated during that time period, but for this month, we do have other bills to pay. So the goal that we have up there, which has 18 days left to go, for just $600, that'll cover my expenses for the month. That includes food, that includes rent, that includes phone bill. So yeah, thank you to those that have already given. We already have $53 out of that. Mwah, love you all. What else? What else? Merch. Merch, everybody. Exclamation merch in chat will get you our link for all of our fantastic merch. We have Mythos Vanesia Nightfall related merch. If you want to get an Angel of War shirt from the famous scene involving our very own Divine Soul Sorcerer Nathrissa, then you can do so. We also have banners for each of the Cardinal Argi, and we have the print of Alunair, Goddess of the Moon, delivering the tear unto the Moon Elves. All kinds of fantastic stuff. So yeah, please check that out. Enjoy. Right. Oh, and if you like free merch, then make sure that you're clipping your favorite moments from stream. Put them in the Discord under the Clip That Shit channel. You'll get entered to win Clip of the Week, chosen by me. Clip of the Week winner gets a free, shiny little title to display to the Discord. And the gets entered into the running for Clip of the Month, which is a community vote. All of the Discord gets to vote on Clip of the Month, and the winner receives a free piece of merch. This month, that piece of merch is our, for legal reasons, this is a joke mug. So, look forward to that. Lastly, of course, if you have missed out on previous episodes of Mythos Vanesia Nightfall, you can always do chuck an exclamation YouTube into the chat, or check out the About page for the YouTube link, and you can jump right over to the playlist that we've constructed of all of our previous episodes. Episode 14 and 15, I just have a lot on my plate. I haven't had time to edit the descriptions and unprivate them, but they are uploaded for safekeeping already. So yeah, those will be up soon, but we have 13 episodes already available to you. Alright. That's about it, everybody. Now we begin the waiting. So, as per usual, the first 30 minutes of our show are dedicated to just sitting and chatting with all of you. Yeah. So any questions you guys have, you are more than welcome to ask. As we wait for our players to arrive. Let's change to a different track. Why don't we? That was Hero's Return. One of the ones I hadn't played before, so I wanted to give it a try. What else do we have? Oh, right. They just put together an hour-long compilation of their atmospheric tracks. So I think we'll chuck that on for now. Just to chill. Okay, let's see. Where's my players? Usually somebody's here at the beginning time, but we don't technically start the game until 10:30. So, how is everybody out there doing today? Anyone? And what have y'all been up to this week? You know what I should do? Just check up on this. My players gave me a list of downtime activities they wanted to do. Most of them are simple, but some of them require math. And searching through a little journal. Oh, let's see. When were those planted? I love it when my players go off on tangents of gardening. Lucy, hello. How are you doing today, darling? Oh. "30 flowers remain, 14 pearls harvested." Right, okay.
Hello.
Hello. How you doing, Morrow?
My stomach's making the rumbly.
Oh, then you
And
should eat.
Pepto-Bismol is not satisfying it.
Oh no. Don't get sick like I did.
I've been taking, like, the pill form of Pepto-Bismol, and
Oh,
so
yeah?
I wonder if it's, like, less effective or something, because I feel like
Maybe.
usually liquid Pepto-Bismol seems to work, but the pills, like,
No,
I've
I didn't
taken,
even
like, 6
know
of
that there
them.
were pills.
I didn't either.
Yeah.
Hi, Mako.
Hello.
Hello.
I'll be right back. I have to mute myself because I have to make a protein shake, which is very loud and annoying. Also,
Mhm.
I think the Cardinal Argi battle theme is done, and I am ready to present it.
Ooh, exciting. Excellent, excellent. Okay, yeah, go ahead, get to
Obviously, I want to wait for the others to be here because Nathrissa hasn't heard the updates that you guys have heard yet. So
it. Yeah, of course, of course. No, I'm excited. And we are doing good, Lucy. It's good to see you. Thank you for tuning in.
Welcome, welcome. But yeah, pill form of Pepto-Bismol. I've taken like 6 of them throughout the day, and I feel like it hasn't really helped because I've still been running to the bathroom.
Yeah.
So. But I'm still well enough to play. I'm probably gonna be late getting home because I was in the restroom.
Gotcha. Let me see. Sorry, I'm double checking last things from the list that you gave me.
Okay. For some reason, it feels like it's been 2 weeks since we played.
Because it has.
Oh! Really?
We took last week off because I was sick. Remember?
Oh! Yeah, it
Yeah.
makes sense. Now it makes sense why it feels like 2 weeks, because it has been.
Yes, because it has been. Wow. Wow, Arch, that's the first thing you do? Of course it would be. Yeah. Love the beans, Lucy. They're so cute. You have some super cute emotes. For those of you that haven't been here before on a Saturday, Saturday is our D&D campaign. So in about 15 minutes, we will be starting that. During that time, we will not be able to interact with chat because, of course, a story is going on. But until then, we can say hi and chat with all of you. After that, it's story time.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
I can't believe we're going on 16 episodes now.
Yeah, episode 16.
Mm-hmm.
Crazy, right? We started streaming it back in Halloween.
Yeah.
Halloween arc lasted half of our episodes. Practically, I feel like it wasn't it like 8 episodes?
It was.
Yeah. That's amazing.
Yeah. You know, I mean, thinking about it, that's only like 2 months. But 8 sessions, you know,
Yeah.
spent on
What was supposed to be like a Halloween themed thing.
yeah.
You know, it's just a bit funny. Nothing wrong with it. It was a good arc.
Yeah, yeah. Ugh. I also ended up wearing a sweater today, and little did I know that this sweater is itchy.
Little did I know this sweater was itchy. Bum, bum,
Dun
bum.
dun dun. Kind of sucks, but
Yeah, I can imagine.
curse. You curse with an itchy sweater.
Okay.
I knew I should have never attuned to this wand.
Oh, that wand. Oh, that glorious, glorious wand. I'm so
You-
happy that you did, though.
You bitch.
Hey, you can't blame me for failing all your checks on it.
I can blame the dice gods, and
Mhm.
you are one of the gods, so therefore
Wow.
you are only partially to blame.
Mm-hmm.
Ah.
I see
And
how it is. I see.
oh wait, Shania I think was the one who I first identified the wand, so it was you.
No, you didn't. You didn't ever take that shit to Shania. Kadre
thought-
identified it. Kadre identified it. And then
Really?
you
I
pulled
thought
it. Yeah,
Shania
yeah.
did.
No, I had it noted because I had Kadre's roll noted. It was a 14.
Oh,
Mhm.
wow.
Yeah.
Well, it is what it is, I
I am
guess.
back.
Hi,
I
welcome
guess
back.
I deserve to be fucked by the wand.
That was a hell of a
Hold
thing to come back to. I deserve to be fucked by the wand. Excuse me.
Yeah, well, you were.
Royally.
Royally.
Yes.
I like how we both just said that.
Perfect. Perfect.
So I wonder what would happen if with the wand I was like, I wish to reverse the effects of everything the wand has done.
It doesn't
ever
work
will
like
do.
that because it's not a wish. You don't wish what the wand will do. It is based on your driving motivation, your goal, something that
To
you are
undo everything the wand did.
So you would drop all of the cultists in the war to undo what the wand did?
No.
That's what I thought. Just doesn't
Wait.
work like that.
Yeah. Of course.
Okay, prove it. Go and start undoing what the wand did. Walk
Oh,
away from
no.
Asudash right now.
Alright, I'm calling Rex. Actually, I think I should dream. No, I'll just do a sending stone. That way, I'm not in a full ass 8-hour discussion with Rex.
Yeah.
Because I could dream to him, but
You could.
I'm not gonna put us through all that. I'm just gonna use my sending stone.
Fair enough.
Gotta go shopping.
Shopping! Ha! Oh, right, I need to
Shoot.
open up that document. Hold
I
on.
still haven't. I
God.
still haven't decided what I was gonna spend my money on for the house. I think we need Nathrissa's input.
We do.
Mhm. What do we need?
I paid you guys back for the hat, right? I thought I did.
I've lost track of that. I know that I think me and you were even because I paid you for the hat and you paid me for the sword. I actually think I might have owed you like a little bit, but I feel like I might have paid it back. I do know I owe Nathrissa and Apusand for the sword, and I think it's like 3,000 gold each. But I really don't remember anything else.
Alright. Hi, Arch. First
Oh,
responding,
wow. That was
not a
loud.
mod today.
Oh, what'd you say, Mako?
I said that was loud.
Oh.
Just surprised me. It was like, hello. Oh my.
Okay, I have that here. Okay, so quick question, Kadre, because may have forgotten to note this. I think I remember. I think it won't be a problem. But the guy that runs the Black Emporium, did I make him a dwarf or a gnome? Gnome? Okay.
Yeah.
That's what I thought.
Yeah. I remember because he reminded me of like a gnome from World of Warcraft who was like very like mischievous yet crafty. And he had kind of this like highish pitched voice.
He had
Well, you see.
he was. I thought that I gave him the raspy
yeah.
That
voice.
was the voice. That was
Yep.
the voice.
But
That
more on
part
the
I
iron
remembered.
side
Yeah.
than the dwarven.
I remembered his voice, and I remembered that he was a short character.
He
I'm
was-
like he was either a dwarf or a gnome.
Yeah.
So gnome it is. Kadre, do you remember your underworld name?
Yes, I do.
Okay,
I
good.
remembered very, very distinctly because it became a legendary quote.
Yeah,
Yeah.
me, Mako, and Apusand were going through legendary quotes. I think last time we were hanging out, and then we came across it again.
Yeah.
Good.
I remember
Yeah.
posted
I have
an
it noted,
image.
but
Uh-huh.
I was curious if you still remember, because that'd be kind of funny, walking in there and being like, "Yes, I'm."
I'm
Oh,
looks
Brain goes
at
brr. Yeah.
note on hand.
oh,
Jose.
Jose. Yes.
Turns it upside down. Oh, Reaper. You're like, how'd you even get that?
Look, you don't know how Elvish writing works, okay?
It's Thieves' Cant. Upside down Reaper means Jose.
Yes, because Jose is so common that they have a symbol for it in Thieves' Cant.
sure.
A common elven name.
Jose.
Yeah. What? Hold on, I've got to step away for a minute. Seriously, I've got to get my phone to get full.
Okay.
Bad. Excuse me.
Two questions.
Mm-hmm.
Well, one's more of a statement than a question. I'm gonna try and find a hazium flower to
Okay.
acquire.
How?
And also, how?
How do you plan on doing that?
Two ways. One is gonna be checking out the ancient plants in the vault that
Okay.
we looked through, and the other one was gonna be whoa, why'd they break for no reason? Anyways, the other one was gonna be probably checking out whatever herbalists are available in Ostadash, because I
Okay.
doubt that Hazium would be on Sínokal, because this was plants that were grown in the archipelago long time ago.
Correct.
Other thing is that was the only thing that the Miros pearls were for was to just sell the pearls
Pretty
or
much, yeah.
use them to maybe craft something. Okay.
If there's any other purpose that they have, you don't know it.
Right. Okay. Necklace.
Could be. Did I ever give you pricing on those?
No, we never
Good.
looked into it. We just got them harvested.
Yeah, because
But
I have noted that you have 14 harvested.
yep. Our gardeners seem to like recognize them and know what to do. So I'm guessing he has an idea.
Hmm.
But yeah, just those things.
Cool. Yeah, I took your whole list and I stuck it in a document, and anything that I needed to like
Yeah.
expound on for my sake, I did.
Cool.
Most of it though, I can just do very easily.
Yeah. I mean, I honestly anything that I could think of that Aylin would do is already on that list, so I don't foresee myself at any point unless something happens, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Which I did write to wait for like the report from Yaga. So because those two Tiran members were supposed to be doing something, I just don't know when it will provide any results.
Hey, could I ask one of you guys to do me a favor?
What's up?
Could you call me on Telegram? Not regular cell phone, but on Telegram. I got a new phone and I haven't transferred the data over it, and my old phone has my DoorDash account on it, and I can't find my phone.
I'm driving.
Here, yeah, I got it. Hold on.
Thank
Hi,
you.
Nathrissa.
Oh.
So call on Telegram,
Welcome.
not with a regular
Yes.
call.
Yes, correct.
Okay.
Okay.
Should be working. It's ringing.
Yeah, it's working. I'm gonna go check.
Boom.
Boom.
Got it? Okay, cool.
You found it?
Yeah, he did.
Noise.
How you doing, Nathrissa?
Oh, I'm good. I just, sorry I'm a little behind than usual. I got all set up in my nice quiet room now. We shouldn't have any
Oh,
joyous
sweet.
laughter from the boyfriend or ringing doorbells or screaming cats. It should be good.
Oh. Well, dang, we're gonna miss the Kadre's excellent doorbell ringing skills if
Yeah.
it
Oh
ever
my
to
God.
occur.
That was just way too
Really?
timely. It was so
It
fucking
was
good.
so on point.
Kadre
And I
piped up,
clipped that.
Kadre opens his mouth to say,
Ding dong.
Bing bong.
"Your Chinese food has arrived."
And it was so vivid
fuck is the
and
Chinese
clear.
food?
It sounded like it came from Kadre.
It did. It was a loud ass doorbell.
It was, yeah.
What would you guys recommend I get for dinner?
What did you have last night?
What an insightful question. I had shawarma.
Oh.
I had a hero and fried chicken with. It's this Luxor shawarma place. They have like a wide variety of items.
That sounds
Oh,
lovely.
okay.
Mexican food.
Whataburger.
Tex-Mex.
Yeah,
Get some Tex-Mex.
I was literally thinking Mexican.
Yeah.
Like maybe a Texan enchilada.
Mm.
I honestly don't like enchiladas, and that's only because I dislike corn tortillas.
That's fine. Get a burrito.
Oh,
then.
I understand.
I just had
Burrito
Qdoba, and so I'm still thinking about it.
I had P.F. Chang's.
Ah.
See,
Seriously considering Chewy's at the moment.
I'm just thinking of the
The
places
Chewy's
that would
near
be open at
us.
this time.
The Chewy's near us closed permanently, which is so sad because, like, literally that's where my boyfriend and I had our first, like proper date, because when we first
Aw.
started dating, I asked him what his favorite food was, and both of our favorite food was the chimichanga.
Huh.
Yeah,
Oh.
but it's closed
Wait,
now because of the
Chewy's?
Yeah, Chewy, specifically the chimichanga from Chewy's, okay?
You're like, listen, not a sponsor because they're out of business, but
Not a sponsor. No, okay, so Chewy's in general isn't out of business. Just
Oh.
the one that's closest to us up near the mall went under because of the pandemic, and now like we'd have to drive an hour
Oh.
to get to one, and we're like, we're not gonna fucking do that. We don't want to go. We don't really want to go to a restaurant anyway because the
So,
let's. Everybody wants to pretend the pandemic ended, but it hasn't. And I
yeah,
don't, wanna
don't you
sit
know
near
that it
people.
magically cleared up once the
It's-
mandate was
it's
removed?
just- Whoa!
That's just
No
that's
mask
science,
mandate.
right?
That means that we're safe now, right?
Of course.
Mm-hmm.
No, literally, the mask mandate ended in Oregon today.
It's ended. It's been ended here for
Oh,
weeks now.
rip.
And it's disgusting.
Well, it was still nice though because I went out
I'm-
grocery shopping with the boyfriend, and there
I'm-
was still a ton of people wearing them. So
Oh yeah. No, I've seen a lot of people wearing, like, every time I go through a drive-through, people are still wearing them, and I'm like, oh, thank you, kind soul, please keep the flame alive. But I'm very tempted now, like whenever I go grocery shopping, to just take my staff with me, and like if anybody comes near me without a mask, just to whack them and go, stay away, you plague rat.
Oh my god.
is it 6
pay.
feet long?
to watch that.
It's, you know what? It's as tall as me, so almost.
Okay.
Wow.
All right, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Just poke.
You just
leave me.
anyone that gets near you, you just extend the staff out in their direction.
Yeah, like someone comes up to me, oh, honey, can you help me find the pot? Back, you foul
You just-
fiend!
You just
Also, I
got
don't
him in the
work here.
stomach with the thing.
Yeah.
Just straight to the diaphragm.
I don't
Back,
care if you're
you
80 years
plague
old, you're
rat.
going down!
You like bust on their head.
You just Rafiki their ass.
like fucking Gandalf with, what is it?
Oh god.
The stupid guy at the top of the at Minas Tirith, the steward.
Yeah, oh, Denethor, yeah, where he just goes, thunk,
Oh my god.
cracks him over the head. I'll be
See,
exactly
I'm
like
just-
that.
I'm just picturing Rex with the staff just like spinning it around like some martial artist, just like whacking someone across the face.
Apusand is late.
It's okay. I'm gonna be late getting home anyways. I'm like probably 10, 15 out.
Is it still okay if I show you guys the song?
Yeah, you can go ahead.
I mean, I was gonna wait for Apusand to get here because it's the final version.
Mm.
Sure.
Okay, awesome.
I don't know where he's at though. He's completely offline.
I hope he's okay.
Do the sound alerts work now? Sound alerts were only broken, because of how I have the VR capture set up. I can't do audio threading with the Oculus, like I can with my headphones, because my headphones have dual channels. So I'm gonna have to completely rearrange it for VR. But sound alerts are turned off for D&D nights. So I have disabled sound alert redeems.
You have the sound alert that says, "I'm gonna come."
No. I don't.
You
Oh,
should.
Rex, I discovered 2 new terms for an
Uh-huh.
asshole that you're going to hate.
Okay.
Let's see. It was I'm trying. I know one already, but I'm trying to remember the other one. It's oh yeah. There's a gatch, which is a guy snatch, and a munt, which is a man cunt.
Fuck. My boyfriend already showed me those.
Okay.
And I hate it. I know exactly the little comic that you got that from, too.
Okay, cool. Munt makes me giggle, though. Just
I hate
the
it so
word
much.
itself.
I fucking hate it. It's...
Okay, but you want to know what the top tier one is?
No.
It's
Oh, God.
it's bussy.
Fuck off! $10!
Oh my God.
You owe me $10 now! Every time you say it. Every time you say it.
You're gonna church it.
I
Yeah,
have
I'm
a
gonna run you
permit
a
to say it.
goddamn tap.
I
Where?
have-
Show me. I didn't issue one.
I'll put it in private chat.
I just imagine Nathrissa literally goes and just like creates this little fake license.
License to say pussy.
I'm right there with you, Rex. That word is like
looking
the
I've
private
word
hated it since
moist
it's...
to me.
Yeah, since it was incepted. I fucking... It's terrible. I do not have a bussy, okay?
Yeah.
If you're so opposed to me having an ass, then just fuck a pussy, okay? God. Get over yourself.
Exactly. Exactly. Yeah, for me the word is just like moist.
Oh my god, Nathrissa.
What's better?
I have a
A
permit.
moist bussy.
No.
No!
God.
A mussy.
Cease!
A mussy.
Cease this!
Y'all are killing me.
I died a little inside saying that, so...
Well, I can say the M word in such a way that it, God, it makes me cringe.
Don't.
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 Is
He's
it like how
"I
people
can
say
do it," and I
target?
can't. I'm like, no.
Oh.
Mhm. Gross. I'm going to get water.
I'm
need
gonna go
fresh
drink
water
some
after that.
regret juice.
Oh, God.
Hello?
I'm back.
Okay.
Oh, he got on your computer?
No, I fake left.
Oh, okay. You're like,
Oh.
I'm done.
Like, goodbye. You do.
Am I the drama? I don't think I'm the drama.
I'm back.
I gay?
Yes.
Oh.
No, it's everyone else that's homosexual.
That makes no damn sense.
Okay. I haven't heard anything from Apusand.
I'm probably like
They're still
7
offline.
minutes out.
Well, I'm gonna go ahead and work through the recap.
Yeah, and we can start things. I can still talk and roleplay.
Mm-hmm.
Or get
Yeah, and
stuff
Apusand-
done that doesn't involve him.
Yeah, and Apusand's
Yeah.
already heard it, so.
So,
Oh, wait, should I show you guys the music first?
we can, yeah, we can do it now. But if you wanted to wait for Apusand, then we could do it after the session instead.
I'll just do it now. He's already heard it anyway. So.
Okay, let me pause that music then.
Let me know if the volume is good.
Oh god, that's loud. I'm turning it down to 80.
Okay. Has everyone adjusted their volumes?
I'm Gucci.
Okay. All right, here we go. I'm going to start from the beginning. Is that good?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go for it.
Sorry, I don't know what the hell's going on there.
Yeah, those horns sounded a little bit different.
Wah, wah.
The fuck are you doing? Stop it. No.
I was
Excuse me,
like,
sir,
this
do not
part's
fart into the French
different.
horn.
Yeah.
He's got asthma.
He's got asthma.
There we go, that's better. Okay. From the top. Gotta fix that.
it's so satisfying.
Ooh.
The fucking choral piece. Oh, just
Yes. Oh my god, and the beat did so much to fix my original problem with the choral part. Oh, it's perfect. It's beautiful. I need you to send me the final version when you have it exported so that I'm able to use it.
I feel like we need to use at least a portion of that for our intro.
Possibly. I
Ooh.
may
maybe
be getting something in the works for the intro, but I kind of want it to be a surprise. And that may be a long time coming, so don't quote me on that for a while. But there's literally something that I've been like wanting for years since I originally conceptualized Venice, and there may be a way that I can finally do it. So anyway, that's beside the point. This I really want to use in battles in the future. I am super excited. Super excited.
If you did need a piece for an intro, I might recommend this.
I literally have like a core theme for it designed. Like there's something that I've been imagining honestly since before Vanice was a thing, when I was originally like starting a concept for what I used to call Azalea. That got scrapped a long time ago. But the theme is still in my head. And I have a design, and I have somebody that I might be working with. So because I like their particular style would be exact. Anyway, but there's a possibility that might not come to fruition, in which case I'm probably just gonna come to you, Kadre, and have you build it. Anyway, that's all beside the point, because it's time to start the session.
Yes, absolutely. I apologize for being late.
You're all good. We instead went through the battle theme, so we haven't actually done the recap yet.
Awesome.
So, Kadre, I got you all turned back up. And now, let us begin. Mythos Vanesia, Nightfall, Episode 16, No Rest for the Righteous. Last time on Mythos Vanesia Nightfall, we all watched as the Cardinal Argi picked themselves up after Apusand came to consciousness and began the long task of preparations for the coming war. Knowing that they soon have to face a terrifying enemy known as the Skyn Witch, the Cardinal Argi vowed to begin setting affairs in order for the coming war, doing as much research, planning, and preparation as they could. With the final days of the festival upon them, they scrambled to the various tasks. Nathrissa invoked her connection to the divine to speak to the angels of Ardent and ask pressing questions about happenings that had occurred, receiving some good answers on the subject, while Aylin was able to call upon the power of her goddess to answer a single question. Kadre, in the meantime, saw to the affairs of their manor back near Sínokal. They spoke to their current architect and resolved to begin work on a new project. However, there were other matters that took their attention. For example, they had been contracted to make a cake for the final day of the festival. And so, on the evening of the 6th, the party attended a party. Kadre baked a cake, and the entire city fell into the final throes of the festival, light and color. There were fireworks bursting in the sky, fervent, passionate moments shared between many members of the tribes. However, as the party returned to their borrowed abode, and fell into slumber. Some difficult things occurred during the evening. Aylin awoke to the sound of a body hitting the floor and found Kadre spilled there in a pool of his own blood, having invoked a dangerous ritual in order to break the curses that had been laid upon her, potentially making the ultimate sacrifice to do so. In a panic, Aylin grabbed her unconscious friend and rushed to the only person that could possibly heal him, Nathrissa. And with some quick application of magic, fervent prayers, and a bit of luck, Kadre was brought back to life. A little worse for wear, but breathing. After this panic, the party finally fell into slumber. Hard-earned, but they found their rest. And now, we come to the morning of the 7th. Sorry everybody, I forgot to give you your music. I've just been listening to it here. Just for the morning. We'll move on to something else in a second. As morning dawns over the settlement of Astadosh, the four of you awaken. Roughly the same time, because of your various interruptions in sleep today. You're not used to hearing the settlement so quiet. Having arrived at the beginning of the Festival of Rapi, Astadosh has usually been filled full of music and noise and scents and smells, and today there's a solemn hush. Kadre, your whole body aches, having nearly scraped past death. Your arm is in a great deal of pain, and you look down at it. The amount of blood that you had to spill, there is a scar on your arm, one that you will bear for a long time. A mark of the sacrifice you made for your friend. Apusand, Nathrissa, having indulged in the final day of the festival and the special drink that they had, both of you have a point of exhaustion. However, you have achieved a long rest for the purposes of refreshing your abilities.
Okay.
As you glance outside, you can see why there is such a hush over the city, and the creeping chill into your abode was a good hint. It is late fall, still the beginning of Dunaman, but the final month of autumn, and snow, just a light dusting, is falling from the sky, gray clouds rolling overhead. You can see people moving about the city, fires lit in sconces. They're wrapped more warmly than they were during the festival, a lot less fur showing. But as you awaken here, the day is yours, and I'm going to change the music to this. So, as you awaken on the day, Aylin, we've already had our little talk about the wand. The curses are gone.
Yeah.
Now, as
Do
we
the thing.
as we discussed, you have done, you do the thing. You have done the thing. However, it was also discussed that you were going to have the wand further identified today.
Right. So I only need 4 hours of rest, really, and I didn't have any resources, so while
Correct.
Kadre was still asleep would have been during that time that I utilized its effect.
Your sleep was the least interrupted, so you had time to do that. Yes. So that's the thing that you did with the wand is already done. Now that everybody's awake, we move on to the identification. Now, I think I already had somebody roll for that.
Do I know? Yes, you did. And do I know the thing that the wand did? Like what the result of that was?
You do. So, during the evening, as you called upon the power of the wand, certain that you're free of the curses now, you know that it has given you a secret it has given you information on
important strategy or plan of the enemy.
Correct. So, important strategy or plan of the enemy. You don't get the full strategy, obviously. You get some of their strategy, but what you get is this. The cult plans to split into multiple regiments, a multi-fronted attack to divide the limited forces that they are aware are at your disposal. They plan to utilize the actual battle as a distraction, hoping to push their main force directly past, and this is where it confuses you slightly. Directly past you to the capital of Patal. Which,
goes against some of the things that we've been asking, because I think some of our godly questions were, is the Cult of Nox's goal within that the thing they seek, is it within Patal or the capital, essentially that city?
Yeah,
the answer was no.
You I believe asked about what was the wording? Okay, well, here we go. Give me the exact wording that you used before.
So here are a couple of questions. Is the cult here on the island for the Esper? The answer was no. Is the cult's goal something that can be found within Asadash? The answer was no. Is the Cult of Noct here to seek some artifact of Alunair? Yes, no, and neither.
So... yeah, that's curious indeed, because do make a history check for me, actually, really quick. Tell me the result, because I'm fixing your health really quick on my display. Here we go.
20.
As you're aware, Asadash lies in the ruins of the capital of Patal. This cenote, the sunken section here where the water lies, it houses all of the ruins that are known of the capital of Patal. Apusand has confirmed this before.
Yep.
So, this supposed strategy is curious. Do they plan to lure the forces out and away? What exactly does this mean? But that's all you get.
Alright.
Now, we didn't establish a set time for the identification of the wand to occur, but should we presume that it would happen first thing in the morning?
it would happen like whenever Kadre is awake, or actually, well, yeah, Kadre was the one who identified it. So whenever Kadre is more awake and functional in the next morning, Aylin's
Okay.
going to ask.
With the amount of healing that was poured into Kadre, because it was a lot during the evening, of course his hit points couldn't go above 1 until he finished his long rest. But when you wake up, Kadre, your health is returned to you, and although you ache, and your arm will probably be hurting for a couple of days, you are fine. There's no exhaustion.
Yay!
Yeah, your friend's ministrations were very powerful. So.
Yay! Thank you.
Yeah, so that could be done first thing, or, Kadre, it's up to you. You have to see, of course, to the tree. 90% of your day needs to be devoted to things in Sínokal.
Yes.
Yeah, because it's going to take you an hour to reach the manor, hour to tend to the tree, and 4 hours to get into the city, and then 4 hours back. If you don't choose to spend the night in the city, which might be the option.
Yeah, maybe.
I mean, you've got the
embassy.
Yep.
Correct. So, free lodging. Free, nice lodging.
Yeah. Whenever
So,
Kadre wakes up, Aylin's just like, so, did something amazing with the wand once again, you know, because now that the curse is gone, I can fully like utilize its functionality, which
But,
I just found out that the Cult of Noct is going to split their forces in a multi-frontal attack in order to split our resources so they can push their main force into the capital.
the capital of what?
Of Fatal, which is strange because originally we thought they weren't going to do that, but apparently that is their goal, and they don't know that we know. And Aylin gives this like grin.
All right.
And I can do it once a day.
You know, we haven't fully identified the wand yet.
Really?
No.
What do you mean?
Well, the curse was hiding some of the other effects.
I mean, I thought that would be everything. She goes and hands the wand out, and she's like, honestly, I think it would do us all a good sake of mind to do a once-over.
I'll identify it.
Okay.
Okay, alright.
And
Oh, God.
I do believe that I already had you roll for that.
Yes.
Yeah.
So we will not make you roll again. As discussed,
Oh, God.
after your 10-minute ritual completes, you understand that this wand possesses an effect known as the Shifting Enchantment. This one possesses a beneficial effect determined solely by the interests of the individual attuned to it. This enchantment can be complex and will always assist an individual in achieving their interests. However, the hidden effect, which you rolled high enough to identify, although this wand helps an individual to achieve their goal, it also produces subtle effects in direct opposition to their goals. For example, if the wand were to help a scholar uncover knowledge, each time it is used to do so, it might also destroy traces of knowledge in the world that the scholar seeks. The current effect is tuned as such. Whenever the user, once per day, the user can invoke the wand in order to learn one important strategy or plan that the enemy that they are about to face, or that their goal is set upon, will utilize. However, each time they do, the enemy is magically notified in some form of the next step of your own plan and your own movements in the coming conflict. Something that will grant them a benefit. Additionally, the final effect of the wand is that once per day it can cast Arcane Gate. Or rather, it can cast Arcane Gate, and each morning you roll a d4, and it recharges on a 4.
Aylin sees your face shift from like a, oh, that's cool, we knew that, to a serious...
I'm going to kill something.
Yeah, and
Just-
then...
His eye twitches and he just slowly turns to Aylin. He's like,
Is everything
this
okay?
is why we don't attune to things without talking to our party members first.
What
Certainly
is...
I
a-
explain the effect of the wand.
Aylin just like kind of her legs go weak and she just plops to the floor.
Aylin, would you mind unattuning to this immediately? Unattuning from this, I should say.
Aylin just covers her face. Oh my god. Oh my god, I've used that wand so many times. And Aylin's just like on the floor, her hands like covering her face, just in distress.
Aylin, I know you're upset right now, but I need you to unattune to the wand. You're unattuned from the wand. Why do I keep saying it like that?
Aylin kind of gestures like her hand like
I
to
hand
like
it to her.
and she takes it and then she says, put out the box of vanishing. Or the thing is, I'm afraid if we lose this one, then he's going to get it back magically.
I think we should have Shania destroy it.
Ooh.
I don't think she can, and that's a very bad idea. Ambrosia's creation, have it destroyed, he would do something that I don't even want to.
Do you think it
No.
would be unwise to give it to her to study, if nothing else?
Yes.
Like, not to attune to it, but to understand how it came to be.
This wand is nothing but trouble because it's connected to Ambrosia. And I don't want to get her wrapped up in one of the most powerful types of Cheshires that exist. An Astrolord. And we just broke his curse too, and he knows it. There will be a vengeance, I bet. Oh my god.
The vengeance is going to be against me, not against you.
Perhaps it should just sit in a bag of holding and just left there. Honestly, if he wants a wand, he can really come and take it whenever he damn well pleases. He's that powerful, we would be powerless to stop him. Then again, it's not like he needs it for himself, he would just give it to someone else. If we put it in a box of vanishing, then he could still probably get it. I don't want to destroy it, I don't want to give it to someone else, I don't know what to do with it.
Put it away somewhere where no one else can get to it for a time until we do know what to do with it?
Well, we could ask Shania if she is able to remove the negative effects of the spell.
That's the thing, is that I don't want to get Shania tied up in this wand. If
if you were a powerful entity and you created something magnificent, and then somebody destroyed a part of it, wouldn't you be angry? You're an inventor.
I would be irritated if someone broke a curse that I put on them, so he's already irritated.
Yes, and then if you break it, if Shania goes and break it, then his anger would be directed towards her on top of us.
Have you unattuned? Well, let's discuss this after you've finished unattuning from the wand.
I currently think this is the best moment to discuss this because I have an amulet of non-detection, and the curse is broken, so he can't technically scry on me that well. If I unattune to it, the curse goes back into effect.
Only if someone else attunes to the wand.
Correct. The curse doesn't just
Okay.
reappear when you unattune. The curse, it still lies on the wand and will attach to the next person who tunes to it. You having, since you have not severed and reattuned, Aylin, it does not restore to you.
Well, do you think we should just leave it in a bag of holding or put it in the box of vanishing?
You don't want Shania messing with it. The fact is that I actually do have some skill with enchanting, and while this may be above my skill level, I could possibly take a look at it and see what I can do.
Right. I don't go trying to remove the curse, Kadre. I think it just needs to be left alone. I mean, and I'm only saying that because I am scared of Ambrosia. We should be scared of him. You saw Shesha.
Aylin, in being trained to do what I do, dying hangs over my head a lot. And I have had to come to terms with the fact that if I live my life in fear of being hurt or being killed, I'm not going to get anything done.
But it's not just that. Imagine if this entity could bring upon your worst nightmare. Just to give me a slight punishment for trying to act against him, he spilled out my secrets across the manor. Secrets no one should know. I don't even know what he would have done if he was truly mad. Imagine him being able to take away your ability to craft magical items. Or craft at all. I feel like he can do that.
If this is really tangling with a creature that can do so much to harm for its own amusement, perhaps we really should consider distancing ourselves from it.
Yeah.
I don't think keeping it in our bag of holding is distancing ourselves from it.
I understand. So we should consider what our other options are.
What
for
if
that,
I
then.
did something simpler, actually? Yes! It doesn't break the item. Well, it doesn't actually break the item per se. It doesn't disable the enchantment. It doesn't disable the original enchantment necessarily. But what if I were able to make it so that it was I have a question for GM. Would it be possible to alter an enchantment subtly so that essentially the attunement circuit doesn't function? So basically the item can't be attuned to.
There are ways. It's significantly easier if the enchanter has used runic enchantment, which, having identified the wand and held it for the course of the ritual, you know is not the case. There are not rune carvings on this, it's imbuement. It would be significantly harder. But yeah, it could be done.
Okay, could I make a Magitech check to see if that's something that I could do? If that's something that is within my skill level?
Yeah, go ahead and make a Magitech check. And Nathrissa, I don't know if you had any input during this whole thing. You've been quiet.
You're muted.
Oh
Magic
yes.
check.
I am upstairs, hungover, sleeping.
Okay.
Yeah, all right.
Fair
Snuggle up
enough.
with your boy toy.
Yes. I combination of trauma and then being high out of my mind. I think I'm just sleeping.
Yeah, fair.
Kadre's like, this is important. Gift of luck.
Okay.
Okay.
Invoking some magic to rack his mind for potential solutions to this. Go ahead.
19.
With a 19, per your knowledge, you don't think that you possess the skill to... You would possess the skill currently to do so for runic enchantment, but not for imbuement. However, there are simpler solutions. You could find a container that either enchant or purchase an enchanted container that has a non-magical field.
Ooh,
A field of
magic
anti-magic.
container.
Yeah, and as long as the wand was in there, the enchantment would be completely nullified, however, unbroken.
That'd work.
Immediately, a thought that came to mind was to encase the entire thing in lead and drop it into the ocean.
Well, this would essentially be the magical version of that, so yeah, good idea.
Could do that, and then as well drop it into the ocean if you really want to get rid of it, and make sure
Well,
no one can ever see it ever again.
I think the reason why Aylin didn't want to drop it somewhere is so that someone else doesn't end up picking it up.
True.
Right, imagine some treasure hunter later down the road finding this box and pulling out this wonderful wand.
There's some pretty deep parts of the ocean that you would expect people couldn't retrieve it from, but you don't have the amount of time that it would take to get there, or the ship to charter.
Yeah, so...
That's my thought. We could, if we wanted to do that route, we would need to save it for a moment, and then when we get to the deepest part of the deepest ocean, and throw it in with, I don't know, with lead and something else to dig it into the earth somehow. Would you be able to make something like that, Kadre? A device that would not
An
only...
anti-magic box?
Yes, and then one that would self-bury? Imagine under the water, and then under the water still, under the ground, under the water.
I think that might be a bit much. The anti-magic box I could probably do, but the
Self-tunneling.
the gopher box might be a bit much.
I love that name.
Oh. Yeah.
But
That's for when someone really pisses you off.
I like that idea, just as an idea, because honestly, that would... Oh god, my mind goes dark places.
Now,
I apologize.
in anti-magic enchantment, you do know, Kadre, although you could do it with runic enchantment, would be very expensive. It's an 8th level spell.
Wait, dispel magic?
No.
Dispel
Anti-magic.
dispel magic wouldn't be comprehensive enough necessarily for something of this power. A dispel magic enchantment suppresses it for a short period, and so essentially you could create a container with dispel magic on it, but it would basically remove the enchantment for like an hour each day.
Well, unless unless I constructed the enchantment in such a way that it basically recast it every hour.
That would require some sort of power source, which is exactly like the field of Magitech that does kind of interest you. It's how Sínokal functions. With its constant, like, low-level enchantments, to keep them from expiring and only being useful for a little bit each day, they essentially pump a power source into it. So, you could do it with the Dispel magic, but you'll need to acquire some form of power source. Crystals that may need to be replaced every few months, or some other form.
Could I use the control bind moon runes?
Like to bind an etheric ley line to it?
No. Like, control the binding of the wand.
Control the binding of the wand. Because the wand is a magical object, you don't have a way to permanently carve the moon runes on there. You'd have to refresh them about every month in their painted form.
Sure.
Plus the surface is very small.
Okay.
Kadre, interesting point on the point of a ley line. The Dispel magic enchantment could be powered if you were to bury the wand along a ley line.
Oh.
That's
okay.
clever. Using the ley line to power the dispelling of an enchantment.
We could
But with ley
also
lines
use the ley
shifting-
line because of the rather massive amount of energy that are in ley lines. We could also use that to basically seal the container in a way that it would be almost impossible to open.
I can create moon runes upon the container to make it very difficult to open, and actually make the container invisible itself.
Invisible, sunken, buried,
Yeah, let's do
magically
this.
hidden.
This works. This
And
works.
to wrap up that line of thinking, you know that there's a ley line less than 2 days away that you're going to be near when you head to the Skywitch.
Okay.
Do
So
you have any other embarrassing secrets you want to hide that way? I mean, no one will ever find them.
stick it in the box.
So create a box with a Dispel magic enchantment that would recast every hour,
Yes.
buried on a ley line, in a container inscribed with moon runes.
That will make it invisible and hard to open. This is literally the Magitech version of I'll stick it in a box, then I'll stick it in another box, and then I'll ship it to myself and smash it with a hammer.
Pretty much, yeah. We're definitely going all out with this. But given the nature of what it is,
Yes, I don't think we're going overboard in the slightest. But
I feel like
I
if
do
we
think
knew
we're
what
going
this
all
was,
out.
I feel like if we knew what this was ahead of time, we wouldn't even touch it.
Well, I
Well-
didn't want to touch it because it was cursed to begin with, and we were going to get it identified by Shania, but
Aylin just kind of face palms and like hides her face. Stop it! I get it.
I'm sorry.
I wasn't blaming you directly.
Directly.
We all make mistakes.
Yes, good God, do we make mistakes? Lord, have I made mistakes?
There were so many layers on this wand.
You've given us an onion wand.
I have. It's an
onion
older one.
It's a wand parfait.
Oh God.
I
Oh,
will not unattune from it, but I also won't use it until we can make the box.
The box of fuck this.
I honestly, the only thing that I would attune to myself right now would be the black scimitar, the Nine Shadows blade.
Yeah. Oh, and you are, of course, aware, now that you have fully identified it, that the Arcane Gate functionality has no drawback. So as long as you're attuned to it, you can still use the Arcane Gate without penalty or fear.
Oh.
Well, there's that.
Mm-hmm.
well, it's not recharged yet for like the last week.
Oh, your D4 has been failing that much?
Yeah.
Oh no. Well,
Okay.
so
I well, I need to go and repent for my sins. And Aylin just
Aylin,
starts. She
it's not-
slumps and
Hey,
starts to walk out.
It's bad, but you don't need to go that far.
Not a sin, it's a mistake. It wasn't like
Yeah.
you were intentionally intending to
Yeah.
hurt anyone or yourself. I mean,
were Scared and trying to
truly.
do a whole bunch of shit.
we'll save
If-
the repentance for when you do
Look.
something on purpose and terrible.
Yeah.
If the wand were to do something in opposition of what I had in mind, the last several times that I used it, it was in order to hide myself from the curse. So what's the opposite of that?
Exposing
Make-
yourself to it.
Probably. Hold on. I need to ask. Rex, you did tell us a bit of the other effects that the wand had did in opposition to
that's meta
my goal-
information.
my
I was
goals?
just excited to share. It's identifying the wand wouldn't. There's no way that it would have given you that information, because it doesn't.
Oh.
The wand doesn't record previous enchantments. It just does the shifting
So-
enchantment and current enchantment.
Okay. Well then, I
Um,
guess that changes Aylin's.
You're aware that every action that you've taken with the wand has had a consequence that obviously was in direct opposition to the function of the wand. So you're aware of the previous functions of the wand. It made people forget you previously. It must have done something that was the opposite of that. Yeah.
And I hid my presence from the wand itself and the anchor of the curse. So, in direct opposition to that, it made someone else
The
tied
focus.
to it.
Probably.
I mean, it's just speculation, but in my hubris of thinking that I would be able to overcome this curse and that I would be able to utilize it for the greatness of my cause, to further our goals and to assist us in our battle by taking the burden of this curse, I have instead hampered us even more than what it has gained us. And I'm just a little ashamed. So
You can live with shame, but there's no need to beat yourself up further than that. I understand that this is a mistake. This is a serious mistake. But I don't believe it is worth continually punishing yourself for something you've already been punished for. And truly, that's what it's been. You don't need to give yourself further, negativity against your own being when you've already suffered the consequences of your actions. That's what it is. You've taken the consequences already. You don't need to further prove that you've learned your lesson by hurting yourself further. It's time to heal.
Prove you've learned your lesson by not doing something like it again.
Right. Now, before we
I
get
feel like
another hour into roleplay around the wand, because we're already almost an hour into the session.
Yeah.
I do just want to tie the scene up. We have a lot of other things to cover.
I am just going to go pray to Aylin for today.
Okay.
I need to.
Fair enough.
My food just arrived. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Yeah, so this is going into my first point of downtime of praying to
Repent
Aylin
for my
a day.
sins. Yes, I have that marked.
And
Granar.
two other things at the end.
We can go ahead and talk about those as you go off on your own for the day to pray and do your things. What's the other things that you want to do?
So I go to the Temple of Minesh where I found the clasp of Alunair.
Okay.
And
That was the Temple of Hasesh, actually, yes.
Yeah, I go to the Temple of Hasesh in that room, and I go like up to the platform where I got the clasp, and Aylin just kind of sits in meditation.
Okay.
And let's see. I ask for forgiveness when in finding my objectives and trying to not give up in the face of defeat. I will continue on for your sake and for the sake of my allies, and not just beat myself up all day over this. As you said, not to give in to sorrow, I will heed your words, O Goddess Alunair. And I pull out the clasp and the tear.
Okay.
And I will put them together.
Okay. The tear, because of its size and its rough shape, does not fit in the clasp currently. You know that there is something that has to change before it is complete.
Okay. Aylin kind of like tries to like put it together like a Lego that doesn't fit. and then it's like, okay, well, and then after realizing it's not ready yet, she just kind of nods, and then if there is any, if it's possible, oh wait, never mind, I'm not attuned from the wand yet. So then at the end of this day, I'm going to pray and ask for a question and do veil walking.
Okay. And do you go? Okay, so this evening, the sky is cloudy as there's a light dusting of snow. The moon is not visible.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then I will dream.
Okay. So then, veil walking will be this evening. Now, for everybody else,
I sometimes imagine Aylin trying to get like reception from the moon.
That's a pretty great image, honestly.
That's kind of literally what she does.
It's just like, hello? Can you hear me? Hello, Alunair? Hello? Hello?
I'm
Can you hear me
holding
now?
out my moonstone and I'm holding it up to my mouth like it's a mic, tapping it. Alunair, hello? Is this thing on? I activate my mask of astral self. Hello!
An echo.
Everyone
Hello?
is 600 feet.
Yeah, no, I don't do that.
Have you heard how sorry I am?
The entire settlement just hears that. Let's do.
I'm sorry.
Let's do. Because Kadre, you just got your food, so I'll give you a bit to eat before we jump into your city stuff.
I shall mute myself, so I'm not crunching over the mic.
Apusand.
Right.
You have a point of exhaustion, but the day is yours.
Mm-hmm.
What would you like to do?
Admittedly, if there's the opportunity, I do want to learn cooking. But if that becomes better at another day, that might be better suited for that.
You would have to attempt on your own, because Kadre, as you're getting ready for the day, lets you know that he has a full schedule for today, so he can't instruct you.
Okay.
So if that's something that you want to do, you can, but you'll have to dedicate at least 4 hours of your day.
Yeah, I think I'm still going to at least give it a shot. I've watched him bake enough goods the past few days. I'm going to give it a try.
So you go out and you fetch some ingredients for yourself, because Kadre has his. You can get, if you're not aiming for a particular recipe that Kadre has, you can get ingredients, just simple ingredients from the settlement itself. Being in the Prequala, and being a Djenah yourself, it's very easy just to, be like, hey, I need some food for cooking, and they're share and share alike.
Excellent. That's wonderful. I will do my best to not ruin it.
No gold cost. Do you want to practice for 4 or 8 hours today?
Let's do an 8, and then if I have any other time during the day, I suppose I could put some time to reading the book about the Order of the Scribes.
Okay. Absolutely. So, you know the roll that you need to make for proficiency. You get to make it twice. You do not have the bonus of it succeeding on a 1 or a 2, though, just on a 1.
Is it possible that I could use, say, where is it? Enhance ability to help with this, or is that not going to work with it?
No, enhance ability will not help with
Okay.
this.
All right. So I believe, to double check that, I have a 1d6 for learning to cook. Fingers crossed I've learned something recently. Yeah. Make sure we're in the right spot. Aha. I have not.
Oh, do you need a 1?
Don't you roll twice?
You do
I know, I'm
roll
rolling-
twice for the for the
I'm
first
rolling it again just to see.
4 and for the
Alright.
second 4.
Alright.
Okay.
Aha.
So,
Hmm.
unfortunately not. Okay.
It's passable, but it's something that other families have made. This is not new knowledge. Unfortunate.
Yes, and Nathrissa, yes, you would be able to. I'd say that you could sleep in by 4 hours. If you just waste 4 hours of your day, Nathrissa, resting, then you could work off your exhaustion by the time you wake up.
Yeah, that's what I'll do for the first 4 hours of today.
Cool. And then Apusand, you wanted to read up on the Order of Scribes as well?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I have that book, I believe.
Final 4 hours of your day are spent on that. Then you may make an investigation check. It would be at disadvantage because of your exhaustion.
Okay, that one I could use.
You would have to use 4 casts to cover the full 4 hours, but yes, you could.
That's fair. I'll do that because I've got nothing else I'm doing today.
Okay. So
Of course,
then,
yes, I
yeah,
have
it would even out
that.
to a flat roll.
Okay. Just mark that off just in case. That is enhance ability. All my second level and 1 third level for that.
Mhm.
So a investigation roll. Okay, it's not a great stat, but not bad. At 16.
16. Okay. You begin to dive down into the reading. It would be difficult for anybody else, but despite now being blind in your left eye, it's kind of strange. You've been used to the words just kind of like reading them and like in the forefront of your brain, not understanding them, but like almost like a translation bubbling up in the back of your head. But now it's weird. It's almost like you have to focus your blind eye in and it overlays the text with the translation.
Ooh.
Like the image of the translation appears in your left eye. It's the only thing that you see there in the blackness. And so when you focus properly, it just overlays the text. You breeze through pretty easily, but all you are finding for the moment is a history of the Order of Scribes. And some of it you already know. Some of it was passed down to you from your teachers through oral tradition. Some of it, your teachers were wrong. Things have been lost in translation and retelling over the years. You don't find anything that, would change any of the abilities that you know.
Okay.
Of the magic yet. It's just kind of a retelling of the history so far.
I knew his name was spelled with an E. It had to have been an E.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Let me think, though. According to the book, it seems like the Order of Scribes, the magical order, originated in an arcane university in Patal itself. University being a strong word. It was more like, back in those days, convocations of mages, those of magical talent that would gather, and mostly just debate their ideas of magic. It wasn't really a place of learning, though aspirants would come there amid the debates to take notes and learn themselves. And eventually, this kind of banding about the ideas of magic and its malleability and like it should be done this way and this way, led to the formation of the Order of Scribes, the Circle, and because of this, the way that it began, the acceptance of many, many different unique ideas and debate, that's what led to the malleability of it. This open discussion of different ways that magic could be invoked was what formated the idea of being able to alter the properties of spells themselves.
Fascinating. Definitely need to be looking more on this translation thing. It's truly interesting.
Let me make sure I note that for myself. There we go. Okay. So that's what you find. By the time you finish that, you have been working on various things for 12 hours of the day, and the evening has come. So that would be all you could complete on the 7th.
All right.
Nathrissa,
Yes.
what would you like to do for the day? You wake up 4 hours late, so it's approaching noon. Only Apusand is in the abode that you guys have, and of course, shit. Why does the name escape me?
Zevran? Or wait, fuck, what's his name?
Razvan. There we go.
Razvan. I don't
Yes.
even remember.
Razvan, of course, wakes up beside you, looking just as painfully hungover. Yeah, you can smell a bit of cooking. Apusand would be in the kitchen, and the settlement is fairly quiet. You glance out the window, and you can see there's not much snow that has fallen. It's formed a soft layer on top of the kind of stucco buildings, a lot of which have flat roofs, but where it's hit the ground, the black stones and the heat that they've absorbed mostly melted it. But just a light dusting falls from the gray clouds above. It's pretty cold today.
Okay. I'll probably curl up in some of the furs of this bed and offer Razvan to come and investigate what's cooking downstairs. And kind of just, I want to kind of insight him to see, because a lot happened last night. And I kind of want to see how he's doing.
Okay, make an insight check.
That's a lot of damage.
Oh boy.
17.
17? Okay. He seems pretty stoic today. He seems to have handled it well.
Okay.
he's not like, pulling away from you. He didn't disappear during the night. And when you ask him, hey, go check out what's cooking downstairs, he's like, all right, yeah, I can do that. You want some tea?
That'd be lovely.
Yeah, my head hurts a bit. Could use some myself. And the half cheetah, half elf will get up, go downstairs, check in on Apusand, who has cooked a passable, though not super tasty
It's not
meal.
special.
It's nourishing.
It is nourishment.
It's food you wouldn't write home about, but you wouldn't spit it out.
Okay, but listen, Nathrissa's bougie as fuck.
Yeah. Yeah, she is. He eventually, 15 minutes later or so, he comes back upstairs with cups of tea.
Okay. Yeah, I'll sit there and have tea for silence for a bit.
Mhm.
Just be like, a lot's transpired. I'm just gonna check in with them for a minute. Do you mind just waiting a moment?
Oh, right. I've nothing to do yet, though. Eventually, I should go and see what I'm needed.
She nods. I'll be back. And she'll go downstairs to talk to Apusand while you're cooking. And she'll just say, Apusand, I know you're busy. I'm kind of glad to see it, but and I'm assuming since everyone's gone, they're all busy and fine.
Mm-hmm. Quite busy, but quite fine.
I just wanted to confirm that. Last night was terrifying.
It absolutely was. No doubt about it. That was not anything I expected to have to go through.
No! I've never cast that spell before. And I don't really
Glad
want
you had
to
the
again.
ability to. That's fair. That is certainly fair. I'm glad you had the ability to cast that spell. I know I'd want to be able to do that, but it will still be some time for me.
Yeah,
So
it's not. I'm grateful to have it. I just hate that I had to use it. But you saw Kadre this morning, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
And everything's fine.
As far as I can tell. He's as spry as ever.
All right. And they're already off to business, I see.
Always.
They're fucking crazy.
Sorry. Just
I think his idea of relaxing is doing more work.
Workaholic.
Yeah, no, Nathrissa's just like looking down, and it's just like
relax. Doing more work.
She's just like, you're fucking nuts. Both of them.
Are you just realizing this?
No, last night was a nice refresher.
Ah, yes. The joys of youth.
Well then, they're going to make me feel guilty if I'm lazy all day, I guess.
Nonsense. They wouldn't know. They're out and busy.
That's true, but you would.
I won't say anything.
You're very kind, Apusand. Are you good here?
If I could only learn to cook like he does.
Ah, that is quite the high bar, Apusand.
If I could get even close to it, at this point the bar is in some other country.
Let me know when you find it.
All I know is that the bar is existing. I will soon, hopefully, meet it, but...
I've heard about a similar bar. The Schrodinger's bar?
Anyways, what?
No, it's fine. Sorry, I'm a little hungover still.
I can tell.
Is it that obvious? Listen, I'm gonna go freshen up.
All right.
I'll probably see you this afternoon then.
I will be here. trying to figure out how these spices work in that way.
I wish I could help. I really do, but I'm only good at making tea and
Still.
blowjobs.
Oh.
I gotta go. I might go back upstairs.
Okay.
Fair enough.
You wander back upstairs, and there's Razvan still sipping on his tea.
Skills, tea, and blowjobs.
Yeah. Those are my 2 skills.
Yeah,
Blowing shit up.
Oh shit, there it is on her proficiencies. Blowjobs.
Oh, man,
Oh.
would you look at that? Anyways.
I love how that's what you go to after you literally bring someone back from the dead.
Yeah.
Yes.
What are you good at? Oh, you know.
It's called insecurity. Anyways, she goes back upstairs and she'll kind of just check in with Razvan and let him have a peaceful morning and let him know that she's probably going to get to some business today. But if he needs to talk about it, I mean, she's the perfect person to talk to at the moment.
No, that's fine. I appreciate the offer, but I think that the festival is finished, and I expect that everybody will be getting to work on preparations, now that we know that there's a war. I'm a smith. I should probably help with that.
Yeah, you did mention you were good with a blade, didn't you?
I'm decent with the blade, but I'm better at making them.
Oh. Well, perhaps I'll go and stop by and make sure you've eaten sometime later today.
Well, I wouldn't mind a snack later, yeah, if you happen to drop by. I think I've seen a lot of smiths out with the Lukeon. Maybe I'll see if they need any help.
It's for the best. I'm gonna go also make myself useful after I get dressed.
Oh, well, you know, nobody here would mind, but it is a little bit cold today.
A little.
And just
Listen, when I was up in the mountains, she just points at where her nipples come from, with 2 pointy fingers, and she's like, daggers, I swear. It fucking hurts.
Yes. Do you need somebody to look at that? I could give it a glance.
Oh, a smith and a medical professional. Excellent.
Well, I mean, if
think
they're like daggers, that's my area of expertise.
She gives the nod oh shit!
And he just laughs and sips his tea. Jokes aside, but I guess that my fur helps a bit.
Certainly. But yes, she will get dressed, and it's very fast. And
So he turns around, he's... Well, I'll let you take your time to, and by the time he turns back around, you're already in your clothes. Good
yeah,
gods.
I'm patting down my hair, and we're just like, all right, well, this should do.
Is that a spell?
Oh. What is? She looks around.
You took seconds to get your clothes on.
Oh, it's even faster to get them off. Do you want to see?
I mean, I've already seen that.
That's true. But anyways, I will pull out my winter cloak, just because for my bag of holding.
Yeah.
And put that on, and I'm gonna head out after saying goodbye to everyone that's still at the house.
All right. Yeah. So you step out into the streets. Razvan stays behind just to put away the tea set, and then will head out himself. But as you step out into Osadosh, you look up into the sky, and a couple of flakes of frost just hit your face and melt off of it. You bundle the cloak close around you. It's very peaceful out here right now. You can hear movement in the streets, chatting from far away, but it's not crowded like it was during the festival. A lot of people are in homes recovering from the previous evening. In the distance, you can hear ting, ting, metalworking going on.
I could
What would
probably
you like to do?
surmise that that's where Razvan will be eventually going. So,
Well, and it's coming from different places in the city. It's, this isn't like a proper city. It's a settlement that was cobbled together in the ruins, and they only spend half the year here, so it's not like, well, here's an industrial section where we put all of our forges. A lot of people just have them, if they're a metal worker by trade, they'll put their forge out behind their house.
got it. Okay, so it might take some little bit of looking around, but anyways, for now, I would like to head back to oh, I can't remember what that building was called, but where I had a meeting with the Caradwin.
Ah, back toward the Mahal. Got it.
Yes.
Okay. You begin to head in that direction. Let me check something real quick. One second. Did I really not do that? Of course I didn't. Okay, sorry. Give me like a whole minute. Open, come on. What's this one? Not Omen. Oracle, that's the one. Sorry, muttering to myself.
New music?
Yeah. I just forgot to download it before the stream so that I could set it up on the source. There we go. Okay. Okay, so Nathrissa, you are, as you're heading through the city, or settlement, rather, you head back out towards the main thoroughfare, and as you head in that direction, you pass by small clusters of people walking to and fro, some with coats bundled around them, some with fur exposed that seem a little bit more weathered against the cold. Maybe individuals with thicker pelts. Some of the most of the prequela that you pass with the avian types are bundled up a bit warmer, the feathers not providing much protection. But as you're walking towards the Mahal, and you are just kind of paying attention to thoughts in your own head, you don't really notice until the silence strikes you that somewhere along the main thoroughfare, there's just a complete absence of people. It's quiet and serene around you. And as you're stepping through a patch of snow, you notice suddenly that there are 4 figures staring at you on the steps above. And I have a song to play.
Oh.
Oh no.
So I'm going to ask you to loop this.
All right.
When I give it to you. and get ready for a... I'm so sorry for the ridiculous amount of exposition that is about to occur.
Oh, damn. Okay.
Let me make sure that the volume is good.
Okay, loop. I will wait until you say to play.
You can go ahead and play.
Okay.
As the wind whips through the air, catching down into the cenote, whistling off stone and fluttering the fabric of flags and draperies nearby, it carries with it a light dusting of snow, which melts on the black basalt of the steps, warmed earlier by the morning's light. But as the air settles, the powdery white rests gently on flat rooftops, clinging like sugar to cloth, no more so than the thick and layered robes of the 4 figures that now stand about 20 feet ahead of you. All seems still for a moment as you drink in their presence, utterly mysterious, incredibly different from your surroundings, imposing and full of a confident aura of importance. Their breath is the only thing that moves as they take you in as well, inch by inch. Curling horns twist out in loops to either side of the head of the first figure, dusted with a gentle snow that slowly builds in the silent space. It is the only part of their head that is easily visible, for crowning their visage is a curious and foreign hat. It is flat and rectangular on the top, sticking out to either side almost as far as their horns, and decorated on each corner with a woven tassel of coral red which clashes with the brown and blue of the hard leather. A full curtain of beads descends from the front over their face, made of metal bands, glittering crystal, and polished stone. They stop just before the chin, the leaf-shaped turquoise adornments on the end clinking together with each breath. From between the slits, a set of calculating yellow goat eyes peer out in a stern and wizened expression, the corners pinched with crow's feet in the final twilight year of middle age. A thick collar of sheepskin hangs around the neck, 4 inches in width and twice as big as the neck itself, so that it hangs down to the collarbone. Every visible inch is covered in patterned crystal beads interspersed with polished turquoise. Over the shoulders, a thick shawl of lambskin drapes down just shy of the hooves, its inside thick and woolen, while the outside is woven in rich reds and ruddy clay tones, interlocking in complex geometric patterns. But beneath the shawl lies something far more impressive, something you've only seen in old books or heard talked about in hushed tones between Etherian nobility at the parties that your father used to hold. As the ram's hoof clicks on the stone beneath her feet, shifting her weight where she stands, it sends a shimmer of fiery orange across her chest, the light of a nearby lantern reflecting brightly across the smooth surface of the crystal armor she wears. Hundreds of ovular pieces of shining carnelian lie interwoven across her breast, thick leather strands binding the lamellar plates into a full suit that splits and billows out to either side just below the hips, stopping just under the knee. You know this armor. Long coveted by Etherian, hung like a prize in many a home of the less savory nobles. This is the fabled crystal armor of the Djenah Justicars.
Yeah! Hey!
Oh my god.
As if to confirm this fact, as your gaze follows the line of the armor, the woman lifts a hand which clinks and rattles with more than a dozen coral and stone bracelets, and rests it on the pommel of a sword at her hip. The Korra blade is hitched by brown leather belt around the waist, but its sheath is only partial, the metal covering the sharp edge of the blade, while leaving its design on full display. Fiery citrine catches the light along the straight blade and glints off the curving flare at its head. It burns with a dangerous passion, and even sheathed, you can feel the familiarity of the hand on the hilt, the way the weathered fingers trace the cinnabar adornments there as though they could draw every detail of them blind. Just over the woman's right shoulder, is a striking feline figure, a slender male Bengal tiger whose piercing eyes drill into you with a fierce intensity. He carries himself with an air of regality, shoulders set back proudly despite his short and slim stature. A tall, cylindrical hat of rabbit fur rises above his head, adding half a foot to his 5 and some. He is adorned richly in a silk brocade chuba, the collar of which pokes the back of his jaw before curling out wide at the collarbone and forming a deep open V down to the breastbone. Though the fabric shines in the light, it is a deep jet black with repeating patterns of millet lotus and curling clouds in a bright gold thread. A thick robe, lined in fur, is thrown over the left shoulder, crossing the chest to wrap around the right hip and draping asymmetrically to the floor, where its light pink tassels brush the black stones as their beads click against one another. It does not appear as thick as the ram's shawl, and though its patterns are similar, opting for colors of bright yellows and subtle pinks instead of the ram's dark red and clays, it is made once more of a brocade silk, giving the entire piece a bright shimmer in every turn of the light. Where the chuba ends just below the knee, in a trim of thick fur, boots begin, their high tops turned outwards for an effect that mirrors the man's collar. The leather is woven of many strips, dyed in light browns and deep yellows to form zigzagging patterns down to the curve of the heel, and the entire front of each is plated with rows and rows of crystal and stone beads of various familiar shades, forming the rough images of wheat stalks. Unlike the woman in the fore, the man is barely armored at all. His right shoulder bears nothing, but over the left is a crystal pauldron of rose quartz, jutting out and curling up into 3 layered petals. This is joined by a leather strap to a chest piece of the same crystal, the 3 plates of which strap together to form protection over the breast and end just above the navel. Gold has been carefully worked into carvings on the surface of these in the same stylized clouds that adorn the man's clothing. Most impressive of all, though, is the bow held in the man's hands. Its make is unlike anything you would have thought to imagine. Layer upon layer of rosewood alternates and fuses with slices of rhodolite crystal, the stripes of crystal and wood merging seamlessly to form the recurved shape of the bow's heart. Ruby crowns each end in curling clouds, where the shape of the bow twists back forward to form the tension. It looks like an impossible weapon. No bow of crystal could possibly bend enough to fire, and yet the shining string quivers as the man's claw plucks it idly like a sham, and you can see the haft twitch in response, flexing with the tug of the instrument in his grasp. Over the other shoulder, the left, of the ram, is another woman, the smallest of the bunch at only 5 feet tall. The speckled white fur of the pony already glistens with melting snowfall, and her rich brown eyes are softer than the rest, as though she were staring past you, rather than directly at you. Her ears are hidden beneath the wide, flat brim of a hat, boss of the plain style, and made of a light gray fabric. The ruddy orange ribbon which wraps around it is stuffed with various flowers and feathers picked up in her travels, some of which appear to be dried and preserved, others bright and fresh from the nearby fields. Her long mane, which is an ashy black that matches the stone beneath her hooves, is woven into 100 delicate braids and parted down the middle to drape over both her shoulders and down her back. To the end of each of these is fashioned a single bead of bright turquoise, carefully polished to a shine. Unlike the previous 2, the woman's clothing is simple in its presentation. The dress she wears is a thick fabric that looks almost like suede or a short mink fur, and is such a deep purple that it appears almost black until bright light catches its color. This singular piece is trimmed with a few inches of patterned silk brocade in lighter lavender and gray pyramids, forming a layered wrap about the neck and shoulders that crosses at the breastbone and descends to wrap around the waist. Here it is met with a belt of the same fur, trimmed this time in golden yellow, which wraps several times around the middle of the waist before bundling into a bow at the hip, the pointed edges dangling almost to the knee on the right side. An apron cuts off at the knees as well, a simple piece of cloth that adds interest to the ensemble, with a thick border depicting various mountain animals in folk style, sewn with thick, dark yellow thread. Unlike the other two, this woman wears no armor above her clothes, but where the dress cuts off just an inch before the ground, you catch sight of her hooves, which glisten with the telltale color of amethyst crystal, belying a hidden defense beneath her robes. Her weapon of choice, though, is quite obvious. A Madung spear, taller than her own height by nearly a foot, juts out over her shoulder, shining proudly as snow drifts down around it. The slender point is a rich marbled purple, sodalite to those familiar with it, and makes up a foot of the weapon's heft. Where the flare of the blade ends and joins with the weapon's haft, there is a wrapping of thin yellow silk, layered many times over. The edges of the cloth, where it drapes, rustle in the wind and clink their coral beads against one another. In the fabric you can see old stains, thoroughly cleaned but never fully removed from battles past. Just below this, a thick tuft of ruddy fur adorns the weapon. Yak, you think, from its bristly quality. This ball of fluff quickly ends at the spear's shaft, the length of which is made of a marbled purple jasper, and wrapped in a crossed helix of leather strands for grip, all the way down to the furthest end, where a multitude of feathers have been tied. Astonishingly, the largest of these measures over a foot in length. The final member of the group stands behind all the others, dwarfing them in size. It is impossible to tell the gender at a glance, simply because of the sheer amount of fur on the 7-foot-tall figure, which completely hides any distinguishing features. It's impossible even to see the eyes past the massive puff draping down over the face and the drooping muzzle. The black fur of the Tibetan Mastiff glistens with a natural oil, and the crust of dusted snow that now gathers in the fringes of their incredibly fluffy hide. Where the muzzle pokes out from under the ruff of the fur, you can see rusty brown patches, which continue down the neck and chest and are matched around the paws. In certain spots, the thick fur has been made into short braids, especially down the back of the neck and shoulders, and the ends of these have been fastened with an agate that matches the brown patches of their fur perfectly. Although they wear no hat, unlike the others, their drooping ears are fastened with huge flat earrings of patented copper, rich gold, and bright turquoise in a knotwork shape. Another plate of ivory bone dangles below each of these, and then several strands of silver metal beads which jangle softly with the movements of their head. Around the neck are a number of strands of very large beads of amber, some the size of a pea, others as large as a golf ball. 6 of these dangle down their chest to their waist in long loops, and you would trust them all to be quite heavy, but the figure seems unbothered by them. It's very easy to see the armor of this figure, and it is an incredible sight to behold. A huge pyramid-like pauldron shimmers with all the colors of the rainbow, the chaotic geometry of the bismuth that forms it interlocking to form a striking piece that is half art, half armor. The same patterns descend in jagged plates down the arm, and curling hooks and rectangles interlock like scales across the exposed part of the figure's chest, each of them fastened down to leather plates beneath the crystal formations to make the pieces whole. It is breathtakingly beautiful. The armor is crossed by a thick apron of stitched leather, styled like the garments of a crafter or tradesman. The apron bears a thick sleeve on the left side and descends like a robe from the left shoulder to the right side of the waist. Here it fastens together, leaving a gap open from the hip down to the feet, and exposing the entire right arm and shoulder. The edges of the dark brown leather are stitched simply with yellow and orange thread in zigzagging tribal patterns for about an inch around the entire hem, both front and back. This is then wrapped in a sturdy belt about the waist, with a number of decorative brass buckles several inches long at regular intervals around its length. Each of these are worked with a number of small crystals around their edges and a curled carnelian in the center that forms a hook. And from each of these hooks, there hangs either a leather pouch or a tool of some form, among which you can see a heavy hammer and a thick pair of tongs formed out of obsidian. The weapon this Justicar carries is barely recognizable as one at all, its make unlike any weapon of war you've laid eyes on. It rests on the ground beside the Mastiff, whose huge, strong paw grips it around the leather-wrapped center of the shaft. The core of the weapon is constructed of a polished, carved labradorite, the rainbow shine of which matches the bismuth of their armor. This stretches out in a decorated rod several inches thick in both directions to the symmetrical ends of the object, where the material changes suddenly. Instead of labradorite, frosted crystal quartz flares out of the ends of the haft, forming on either side a giant prayer bell, each practically as large as your chest, and carved with tribal patterns and rings of script in a form of Adrani that you haven't seen before. They look incredibly heavy, though the thick, muscled arms of the broad-chested figure look about enough to lift something of that weight for a few minutes at a time, perhaps. Even still, with a height nearly as tall as its master, you wonder how such a weapon could ever be practical in battle. The 4 Justicars stare at you quietly as the wind whips around you.
Lightning bolt. No.
And they all attack. No. As you watch Nathrissa, the tiger leans over, and you can see them speaking to the ram. Can you make a perception check for me?
Yes. That's a natural 1.
Natural 1. Okay. You cannot hear what is said, but you would imagine you probably couldn't understand it anyway. Right. Even if you could. But the figure, the ram, nods, and with their nodding, all of the beads clink together. And they take one step forward. Clink. The hooves tapping on the stone.
I would like to insight this group, if I need to step back.
Make an insight check.
A 14.
14. With the curtain beads hanging over the face of the goat, it is impossible to tell intent. And there's a nervousness that rises in your chest, but a raspy voice carries out through the hush a moment later. We wish to know what one of the elms intends here.
She kind of swallows hard at first, her eyes kind of darting between these 4 individuals. And she'll kind of, take a breath to, like, pick herself up, just kind of like, don't fuck this up. And she'll, take a pause before saying something. Pause for panic.
Roll to see if I'm panicking. Roll. I'm panicking!
I'm panicking! No, Jewel is panicking. I'm also mildly drunk. Okay.
Ooh, very cool.
So, she'll kind of hesitate, her, like, shoulders shifting, as if she was about to step back, but she's holding. And then she'll say, my name is Nathrissa Saral. I was just on my way to visit the Caradwen.
You mean no harm to our people?
No, I do not. I'm here to help.
You watch as the tiger steps up to her and says something in her ear again. And she gives a single nod. One sec. Gatso wants to know. Your people master the bow, yes?
My
Your
people?
people are trained in the art of the bow. Yes?
I would say some, most, perhaps.
Are you?
Oh no, not at all.
Question.
Yeah.
Did we give you proficiency in the bow?
No, we did not.
Really?
Yeah, I don't. I have proficiency
you were raised
with
high
light.
elven. Mm-hmm.
I have proficiency with light crossbows, but other than the sleeping for 4 hours, I don't have any other high elven qualities besides physical appearance.
I think that's. You're a noble and you were raised high elven, and that's a culture thing. You should have proficiency in short bow and longbow.
Oh, bet. Okay, I will add these things. In addendum to that, then I would not have answered that way.
Okay, yeah. So.
Oh wait, I actually just remembered. I do.
Actually,
Well, it's been a long time, but
I'm a little rusty. I've been relying on other talents, but I can handle myself.
She turns slightly over her shoulder and gives a nod, and in an insanely quick flash of motion, the tiger draws an arrow, puts it in the bow, stretches it back, and fires it, and it sticks a centimeter to the left of your foot in the ground.
I would like to try and keep my cool. If possible.
Okay, make a, are you cool right now, or do you need to make a deception check?
I'm gonna make a deception check.
Make a deception check.
Cause I'm already on edge. They don't, they're like, "Are you good?" And I'm like, "I'm good." Are y'all good with me? What, I'm on edge here.
Mm-hmm.
All right, pray to RNGesus for me. No,
5.
I'm gonna use magical guidance. And fuck that.
All right.
I'm gonna re-roll that.
Go ahead.
Fuck!
Are you kidding?
Oh my goodness.
What the fuck?
Nat ones.
No,
Good
3.
Okay, yeah, 3 nat 1. No,
Three-
no. There was one before.
There's
but
one
there
in
was-
between.
In a
Nat one
row,
on
it's
perception, and then double in a row. That's incredible. Incredible. You are
Okay.
losing
One hell
your
of a
shit
hangover.
No,
right
the
now.
fates have decided I'm scared out of my fucking mind. I immediately, as soon as I realize that it's like right there and it like is jiggling in the ground, I go and I cover my mouth and I'm just like.
You hear the tall figure, the mastiff behind, just chuckle. But the ram in the front is absolutely expressionless and just tilts their chin up. It is a challenge. A friendly wager. To learn more about you. Tonight, you face Gyatso in the challenge of the bow. And share a drink. Do you accept?
I'll put my hand down. It'd be an honor, I believe.
Good. We shall find you outside of Ustadash after the sun sets.
Very well. She'll awkwardly go into a bow.
The ram inclines her head, and then when she lifts it back up, she gives a nod, and begins to stride forward, and her hooves click, click, click across the stones as she walks past you. She goes first. The pony, as they pass, gives you a little smile and a nod of the head. Gyatso strides with regality and, in a sweeping motion, reaches down, grabs the arrow, and twirls it and puts it back into their quiver. You watch the Mastiff move last. They grip the giant bell, which, as they heft it up over their shoulder, as though it weighed much less than it clearly does, it chimes and it vibrates in your head, and they stomp past you and give you a double pat on your back that knocks the wind out of you, and then just proceed down the thoroughfare.
Like, I was already, like, shaking in my boots here, and then I get the pat, and I'm like, and I kind of just watch as they walk away.
I am scaroused by the Tibetan. Oh, there's a tall guy. Ooh.
Well, they're not a guy.
Oh, sorry.
It's
Muscular tall person.
Impossible to tell, but it's going to be given away soon anyway. They're female.
Right.
Oh.
Buff mommy, destroy me.
Walk on me.
Okay, so that's enough of that music. You
Yeah.
can, because of the theme of the scene, I'm going to put you on the music that I've had the chat listening to, which is there we go.
Nathrissa met the Justicars.
Yeah.
They challenged me!
For
Just something I'm not good at!
Justicars, Nathrissa, which is equally terrifying to you because 90% of the time, when a high elf meets a Justicar, it's not on good terms. Either the high elf is attempting to kill the Justicar, or the Justicar is attempting to exact justice on the high elf. Rarely is it good. But rarely do high elves come into Djenah settlements either. When a Justicar steps into a high elven city, there's going to be trouble. This might be different.
I mean, maybe they know what's going on and they want to help.
You would
Okay.
presume. I have, I know that exposition was incredibly long. I'm going to toss a couple other things into visual references for you. So I put the Ram's outfit in there. Gyatso was wearing something similar to this in style, but with fine silk brocade. And definitely not the same colors. Let's see, where's the... if you look at the figure on the right of this image, that's almost exactly what the pony was wearing. Hat and all. So the boss of the Plains hat is the flat, wide brim. And then, finally, although the majority of the interest in the outfit was the armor, here is the apron that the Mastiff was wearing. I also have an image of the style of armor that the ram wore, which is lamellar, like that, except made of carnelian.
Very cool.
Also, I know that they were the Justicar, right?
Yes. Even a cursory, as a noble in Ethereum, even a cursory knowledge of history is enough to know the Justicars, because every noble learns about them. They are well known as a pain in Ethereum's side, because quote-unquote peace with the Djenah does not mean peace with the Justicars. Each Justicar acts independently on their own moral code, and often that involves exacting... like, if they turn up in a city and they see something that violates their personal code of justice, they take action in whatever way they think is fitting. This can include removing people's hands, humiliating them publicly, making an equal if they see somebody that has done something that they consider to be theft, they may break possessions of theirs. It's never a good thing. On top of that, Etherean nobles loved to, back in the day, hunt and kill Justicars, because Etherean was extremely jealous of the crystal forging methods that they used, which now are limited to the Justicars.
Okay.
So there's a lot of history there.
I think I pat my lap, just to make sure I didn't pee myself.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, is that sweat? Is that pee? I don't know. And after kind of just gathering myself, I'm gonna keep my way to the Mahal, but with like a much more glazed look in my eye.
Okay. You continue on towards the Mahal. You regain your composure along the way, and you notice, interestingly, like, as you leave the area that the Justicars were, life kind of comes back to the city. It's almost like people were avoiding them.
I wonder why!
Yeah.
Sounds like they're terrifying.
They seem to have a level of respect and fear even among the tribes. As you approach the Mahal, and you can see it sitting on some of the upper levels of the city, you can see one change in it since the previous night. In between some of the flat, short towers on the front, there has been strung by cables a huge and ornately decorated lantern that glows brightly with a firelight lit inside. It is beautiful craftsmanship, made out of dozens and dozens of pieces of glass, worked in between bits of metal. Chains are dangling from it. It has a curved top to it, and it hangs about a foot off the top of the Mahal. It's probably a good 4 feet in height, and pretty wide as well. But yeah, that's the only change you notice. A couple of people are coming and going from the Mahal. You can easily get inside if you wish.
But yeah, I'm going to probably search for a nearby guard, perhaps, or especially if it's someone I'm more familiar with, I've at least met once, would be great. But if not, I'm just in search of the Caradwin. Okay.
Yeah, you can find a passing guard, and they would direct you that she is inside. And they said, "Oh, you'll probably find her back at the back of the building. There are lodgings there that she has been putting to use. Either that or in the meeting room if she's talking with some of the tribe leaders."
Thank you so much. And I will go to probably peek in the meeting room first.
Okay. You take a peek in the meeting room. There's scattered papers on the table there, but only one lantern is lit, and it looks like people haven't been in here in a bit. The fire itself is out.
Okay. I'll peek in and then see that, and then I'll dip out towards the back of the building.
Mm-hmm. You pass through the courtyard all the way to the back, where there are, in fact, a couple of halls that like carve into the next level up of basalt. So it's like built underneath the next level. And back here, you do find a door that looks like it leads into a lodging.
I'll knock.
After a moment, it's answered, and Caradwin looks out at you. Oh, Nathrissa. Can I help you?
Are you busy right now?
Not particularly at the moment. A couple of things I was going over. Journal, notebook, that sort of thing, but...
Right, are you with company?
No. Not right now.
Okay, if I could take a moment of your time, that'd be great.
Sure, by all means, come in. You want any tea? She opens the door and kind of steps inside.
Oh, yes, my mouth is quite dry.
Great. I have Lotus, and Lotus. Take your choice.
You know, that's a very difficult choice there.
There's a lot of it here.
I'm gonna have to go with Lotus.
Oh, excellent choice. I'll get it started.
She gives that exact, like, awkward, like,
I'll get more varieties next time. Just, it's temporary space and, you know.
No, not in terms of that. It's been, an interesting 12 hours.
Isn't it always? Feels like the interest never stops, she calls as she wanders off into, like, the kitchen space, and you hear her, like, pouring water.
Right. No rest for the righteous, she calls back.
And you're right about that?
But, anyways.
They both start laugh crying.
And I
in
will,
the kitchen.
I will kind of go make myself comfortable somewhere.
Alright, yeah. It feels very similar to the house that you've borrowed. Not a lot of chairs, although there is a desk with a chair. There's a lot of, like, areas that are set up for seating that are just, like, piles of cushions, carved benches out of the walls themselves that have cushions on them. There is a conversation pit that is near a lit fireplace, which is very welcome, because it is quite cold.
I will sit in the conversation pit.
Mm-hmm. You flop down into there, and Caradwin returns swiftly with some tea, folds her wings behind her, and kind of settles down in the pit, and hands you a cup.
Oh my god, thank the gods. This feels great.
Aye. It's got cold pretty quick.
Yeah, the chill is biting, to say the least. I kind of rub my arms against my chest to, like, get my nipples to go down. And I'm like, oh.
It's actually kind of refreshing for me. Reminds me of home. And she takes a sip of the tea.
Yeah?
Everos all swamp and forest and cold as a witch's tit, they say.
Witch's tit.
Yeah, especially during the winter. So, you know, Salaka can get kind of dry during the winters, but down here on the islands, I can smell the sea breeze and feel the bite of the ocean. It's just like home.
She'll smile. Yeah, well, is she remembering someone else's memory, or do I get the feeling that this is her own?
Make an insight check.
Okay. With how I've been rolling, I should get this great.
Yeah.
Natural one.
Oh my god, 7.
7. That's okay. You're not sure whether she's remembering a previous life's memories or her own, but you do know that all of her life she's lived in Avaroth. The tribe only just came over.
Okay. Yeah, then I'll assume for the better. and for her at least, just kind of smile and be like, well, I wish I could say that sounds lovely, but I'm suffering a lot right now, so.
Oh, same old or anything new?
Right. But as much as I wish that I could just come here and be congratulatory for your speech, I do come with some news. By the way, you did everything and more that the people expected of you.
Well, I just did my best, and she kind of retreats in a little bit shyly, taps her fingers on the cup. You hear her claws clink on the clay. Well, I mean, your encouragement helped a bit.
It was genuine, and it was heartfelt, and I think it's exactly what they needed.
Good. I sure hope so. Might have gotten a little bit show-offy with the light, but whatever.
No, it was perfect. You need a little bit of a, you know.
Oh, it's just in the moment, you know.
Yeah, the passion is what drives the. You know what? I won't
Right?
go into it. You did beautifully.
Thank you. Thank you.
But there's a couple things. One, did you know that the Justicar were here?
Oh, good. So some of them did come. I made the call to many different tribes. Most of them, really.
There's like 4.
4. She takes a sip. That's practically a regiment all in itself. They're powerful.
Yes.
Did you get any other names, by chance?
I apparently have a challenge by a oh fuck, what was his name? It was like it ended with an ox.
Gyatso.
Yeah, how did I get ox? Gyatso.
A challenge? Of what kind?
He shot an arrow at me, and I was invited to do some sort of archery with him and have a drink.
She, furrows her brow in thought. Takes a sip of the tea.
You're making me nervous.
No, it's just a lot of past to sift through. Right. Arrow. Archery challenge. Ah! So he's one from the tribe itself, then. The Kiatar. Well, Kiatar's the place. You get what I mean. It's a friendly challenge, I'd say. Archery is, big there. They use it kind of as a way to get to know you.
Oh, well, I squealed, if that reveals anything.
Oh, certainly. They'll be, judging everything that you do. Don't worry.
Thanks.
Don't worry.
Don't worry. I checked
It's-
for pee. I'm pretty sure I didn't, so I think we're good.
Well,
unless
It's, not like they're going to judge you harshly. It's more like they watch how you act, how you move, how you interact, how you dance with the bow, to kind of get a sense of your character. It's almost like, if you were seeking to get to know somebody, then you'd take them out. You might take them out to lunch and have a conversation, but they, instead, have a contest. It's more intimate in their style.
It's like a language. If,
Aye.
You're putting it like that.
Battle itself is a form of language, so you think about it that
I
way?
fear I am illiterate in this conversation. I have not held a bow in probably over a year.
That might be a good thing, then. Your inexperience would show that you're not a warrior, and that might put them at ease.
Okay. That's good. But
Of course,
yeah,
it depends on the individual. I don't know how they react, but I wouldn't worry. As long
They
as
were
you
very-
don't do anything to offend their code, you'll be fine.
Her face kind of drops a little bit as she had a little bit of hope, and then she's like, I've heard that their code is very
drastically.
Oh, yes. Each of them swears an individual code. Now, mind you, there's a couple of guidelines. Honor, justice, all that, and most of them swear by certain core tenets, but each Justicar picks their own law to live by. And most of them are quite long. Yeah. It's very, very difficult to put together. She, clicks her teeth and sips a little bit and furrows her brow.
Yeah, I'm gonna, as she's, mentioning this, Nathrissa is, very, deadpan face, is just gonna, nod, this is my fate, and she's gonna start patting her, winter cloak, and in one of her inside pockets, she will pull out a small, vial of alcohol and pour it into her tea, and we'll drink that, chug it, really.
Carradine watches you, lifts an eyebrow, doesn't say anything.
That's what we always do when Nathrissa drinks.
I'm just
we just let
it. Drinking, okay.
Let it happen because she needs it.
I need some day drinking.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I will do that, and once I finish putting down the cup, I'll just let out a sigh. Let's talk about something else.
Sure. That's fine.
Let's handle something that I actually have control of.
Right.
I have some information that I wanted to give you. Not just the arrival of the Justicars.
Right.
But, I don't know how aware you are, but I have a little bit of a strange connection to a god known as Ardent.
Lord of Civilization and all that, right?
Right.
You've touched on the subject a bit, but...
Right, well, that connection sometimes goes in my favor, and, I've gotten some information about the attack that happened just before the festival.
I see. That's important. That's very important, then. What do you have for me?
So, and then I don't want to, have to roleplay out everything just because, but I will give her the basic rundown of the questions I asked and the answers I received. And basically, the gist of it is saying that someone is controlling the, what did I name?
Eketnar.
The Eketnar. I keep wanting to say Kynantir, but that's my dad's group. Yeah, the Eketnar. Someone in Otherian, but we're not sure who they are, only that they have power, but they're not of the Empire, of the Empire's
They're not
rule.
exercising their... They weren't exercising their authority in this act.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, cool. So you let her know that, and she kind of furrows her brow in thought, actually, gets up as you're talking, grabs writing implement and paper off the desk, comes and flops back down and kind of, scribbles a couple of notes. Alright. Well, and I'd wager if this is a connection to a god you got this from, the information's reliable, so... Thank you.
I would say so. It hasn't led me wrong so far. Although... sometimes I wish it was.
I know what you mean. Well, regardless of the fact that this isn't great news, it is helpful. So thank you.
She nods. In my group, of course, we're all going to look into this. We want to know as well.
Good. Good. Could definitely use that. She rolls up the paper, and just, tucks it into a pocket.
Yeah. And I take out another vial, and I'll pour it back in my cup.
Actually, you have one of those for me?
Didn't you just say you were 16?
That's legal age in the tribes.
Fuck it. I get another one and I give it
But
to
they
her.
were from Everoth. We start drinking at 12.
Listen, I don't know these things. I've been sheltered most of my life. Here, have
Just
some
give me-
alcohol.
she grabs the vial and she's like, good, as
She's
if you
like,
judge
you
me,
could
really.
be
Come on."
lying to me
And
for
she,
all
like,
I
pops
know.
the cork with one finger and pours it into the mug, hands you back the vial, and just, like, drinks. Well. Anything else? Any more whammies you need to lay on me?
No, not today. Hopefully. Oh, one of us died last night.
What?
It's alright, they're alive now.
Oh. God, don't give me a heart attack.
I just,
That
you told me
always-
if there was any more whammies as I hand her more alcohol.
Yeah, she grabs it and she just takes that one like a fucking shot,
Yeah.
and then hands back the empty vial. Who? Which one?
It was Kadre.
Oh, Lord. How?
Yeah,
Was there an attack? Do I need to know something?
No, it was a curse thing. I don't know.
I don't know.
I was on that milk thing that they passed out last night, and it was not a good
you tried
time.
the Sangraj. Yeah, man. If I didn't have so much responsibility on my plate, that would have been a good way to unwind. But
Here, I will take out all. It like clinks as I like move my coat, and I will just give her the rest of my vials.
God,
there's probably-
thank you.
There's like 5 in there left.
I'll use them wisely. Don't worry. I still got work to
Sure
do.
you will. Just sometimes you need to get the bite off of you.
Take the edge off a bit. Yeah.
Right. That's the word.
Well, thank you for letting me know.
Yes. And just also, if you need anything, I'm probably going to go back home for the rest of the day.
That's fine. I'll come and find you if you do. Right now, we're starting to organize people together, get preparations done. I think, actually, since you're here, one thing I could ask you.
Right.
Could you let your friend Apusand know that Janupri will want to see... They want to see him tomorrow. They want to talk something about the magic stuff that they've discovered. Maybe get him training other members of the tribe, I think?
She'll nod. That sounds good. I'll pass along the message.
Good. He can come meet her here. Sorry, them.
Right. I'll send him to the Mahal. He might be a little bit tied up today, but hopefully by tomorrow.
Yeah, that's alright. Most of the tribe is resting today. A couple have got back to work, but, you know, it's the day after the festival. We're just getting our things in motion.
Right. It would be nice if we could all just rest, but there's no rest for the wicked.
No rest for the wicked. Well, speaking of, I should get back to a couple of my papers.
Right. It seems like I need to head out as well. Alright, you take care. And I'll go in for a hug.
Oh, I will. She gives you a hug, like the wings wrap around you as well. And then she pats you on the back as she pulls away and stands up, heads back toward the desk. No more dying, okay?
I'm trying! I really am! These crazy motherfuckers! And I just exit. I'm like complaining about it, like, as I'm leaving.
Yeah, and the door shuts as you're just grumbling to yourself. Okay, so you've gone and seen Caradwin. Anything else that you'd like to take care of for the day?
Fuck. God damn it. I might, 2 things. One, and this doesn't have to be role played out. I would like to go find Razvan and ask him where I can get a bow. I don't have a bow.
Okay.
And
not
then
use a longbow.
I will. I'm
Oh,
not
God.
going to use the longbow. I'm going to, and then I'm also going to, for the rest of the time that I have for today, be studying my what's it called? Like my noble lady's manuscript.
Okay.
My
yeah,
etiquette
yeah.
book for like how to be a countess or whatever.
Correct. Got it. Okay, so for the sake of expediency, you go and you find Razvan, who is able to procure you your choice of a short bow or a long bow.
Let's go ahead and do longbow.
Okay, so you are furnished with a longbow. He says if you don't plan to use it in battle, just return it to him so that it can be given to, so that other people can be armed later.
I'm renting.
Yeah, you're renting. It's a rental. And then you go and you study your Countess book. Can you go ahead and make an investigation check for me?
You got it. What is my investigation? Ooh, it's real good. Ooh, so good. Fuck, can I use magical guidance? I've been rolling some shit today!
You can! Good lord, I'm so sorry.
Why?
1, 10, 1, 1, 3,
Can't
3.
you also do Favor of the Gods for today? Is that
no, but I
ability
might.
check?
Wait, I don't know if that applies. I don't think that applies to ability checks.
It might be attack rolls and saving throws.
Yeah, I think that's what it is. Oh my god, finally.
18.
Okay.
Yeah, with an 18, you can... It's favored by the gods, not favored of the gods. Sorry, I'm just double checking. Attack rolls and saving throws, got it. Okay. Then, yeah, with an 18, though, you are able to dive pretty deep into your book and get some good study done on etiquette and expectations set for a countess of the Etherean Empire. You'd wager you're getting a good understanding. There's not... it's not a huge step up from your previous station, so a lot of it you're able to skip over. Just like, okay, I already know this is all the same, this is all the same, but, you know, here's the things that are going to be... Here's the new things that are going to be expected of me. I can't think of what those things are.
That's understandable. As long as Nathrissa knows them, that's all I need.
Mm-hmm.
Reporting any financial.
Yeah, learning how to do taxes and bookkeeping and all that other shit.
Yes.
Any
taxes.
profit that you gain from the land itself.
Yeah,
has to be
policy
reported.
bullshit. I'm learning how to be a lawyer.
Absolutely. You're learning about... No, that's actually a good point. You're learning about responsibility of taxes. The appointment, you either must collect, set and collect tax yourself and report this to the... Oh, what is it that your friend is? Starts with an M. The Marquess. Of the land, or you must appoint somebody to do so, that sort of thing. Appointments must be done in this fashion, you know, following this documented procedure, and you will need to have, like, these ceremonies done if you appoint somebody, that sort of thing. Blah, 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 blah. It's...
Yeah, so on and so forth.
Yes.
I'm probably bored out of my mind, but I'm actually picking shit up. So that's all I wanted, and I would also have told Apusand about his summons to Jonapri at the Mahal.
Okay, so Apusand, you are aware that tomorrow you need to visit the Mahal. Now, before we dance over to your archery contest, Nathrissa, Kadre, I'm certain you're done eating by now. Let's handle your things for the day, because you have a lot of them.
I had a salad, and I have a burger I'm supposed to eat, but I'm full at the moment, so.
Yes. We've
I'm
been
gonna
on
go
other
pee.
things for a long time. Yeah, you go pee. I'm going to quickly check for some other music. And then we will jump into your things.
The confusing dumpster fire that will soon be this.
There we go.
Sorry.
Whoopsie.
What?
Let me see. Do I have
It's
this
the
one downloaded?
choir font. I accidentally hit my keyboard.
God damn it! Why can't I just?
Wasn't
Why haven't I just need to download all of them.
Oh, for tabletop.
Yeah.
I was about to say we used to use Final Fantasy Heaven's Ward.
Yeah, we used to, but that's copyrighted. I need to throw something on my threading. Otherwise it's just silence in the VOD. Where's Mountain Village? Mountain Village, come on. Ah, here you are. Download. Ding. Whoops. What? Into music. Okay. And there we go. So, for you, Kadre, though, you return to the manor, and for that, we are going to use this, because it befits the theme. We'll switch to the other one when you go into the actual city. Okay, so Kadre, you step out of Asidash and set up the tower, pass through the painting, and arrive back at your Kinra manor on the outskirts of Sínokal. To begin the day in the morning, you would like to tend to the plant. So can I have you make your nature roll, please?
Plant!
Yes.
I bet every time you go to the tree now, like, the little twigs, like, brush up against you.
It is getting large enough that it's like a small bush now that is sprouting from the ground, and there is occasionally, as you're tending it, a little bit of motion. It's slow, like over the course of the hour it'll shift a bit. It's nothing like what the tree
12.
could do before. 12, got it. Noted. So you spend your hour tending to the tree. That is done. Now, there were other things you wished to do here at the manor. What would you like to do first?
Sorry, I'm pulling up the Cardinal Court.
Ah, yes.
Okay, got it. Let's see. I believe Aylin posted a list of all the stuff we're planning on doing.
Yeah, private chat. I linked it.
Got it. There it is.
Let's pull this up for the sake of...
I already spoke to him about the zipline project, right?
Yes, it was mentioned enough that, you know, he was like, well, it would take this, you know, this much in materials, and potentially this much time, but also you'd need a permit, which is where you got the idea to go and speak to.
Right?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Then, let's see. Have I already done that? I have not. One moment.
Yeah, well, you wanted to go and ensure that you could get the permit first before you actually paid for the materials, I believe?
Well, I'm gonna have to pay for the materials when I go into town anyway, so...
Well, it's a matter... You need to know that you can get the permit before there's a point of building it.
No, I know. I meant like.
Otherwise,
I'm
you'd
deducting the money now. Just so, and if I don't, need
then
to
it goes
spend the
towards materials for the manor instead. Got it. Okay.
yeah, something else. Okay, so, well, with that in mind, considering I need to do shopping and I need to get the permit, I'm gonna go into town.
Okay, so you go into town first, and now, just a note, you have not spoken to Jiawei yet about... You said that you would return and speak to your friends about which part of the manor you would like him to focus on next, and then return today.
We were actually waiting to talk to Nathrissa about it, because we did not have a chance to talk to her about it outside of game, what we were investing in next.
We can muddle with time a bit if you would like to have an out-of-character discussion about that.
Yeah.
Okay, so what are our options?
Okay, so, let me go across this. I'm gonna do this quick screenshot so you guys aren't having to just listen to me talk.
Mm-hmm.
There we go, got that. Posting it in private chat. Okay. Alright, so if you, so those main bedroom upgrade costs are basically for all 3 bedrooms, then your room, Nathrissa, which I believe... Now, I don't remember this, I'm not sure if this is correct, but did you want the part of the spa or hot springs converted to your room?
Yeah.
Okay. To do that, it would cost $38.50 for the luxurious version. Now, the thing about the luxurious version of the rooms is that they come with a special feature that essentially is functional, like it will actually do something. It's small, it's not a huge thing, but it's helpful.
Right.
For each one of us, yeah.
I would say that's not a priority right now. In my opinion.
Because like if we get the luxurious bedroom, it provides a unique functionality to each of our characters. Now, if we don't do that, it really seems like the other upgrade choices would be the workshop or the kitchen.
Or guest rooms. And as a note, Nathrissa, because I don't know if you were here for I don't think you were here for the actual discussion. The current state of the house as it stands, the exterior has been patched enough that weather doesn't come inside, but the bedrooms are basically like a mattress thrown into a really janky room. That's what you have for the main bedrooms. The interior is still unfurnished, scuffed, in pretty bad repair, so although you could sleep in there, it's not comfortable. The only thing that has been fully completed so far are the servants' quarters, which were finished on the 6th, in a luxurious style.
So, to put it plainly, right now our servants have better bedrooms than we do.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I mean, they're the ones who are living there right now.
Yeah.
We're busy doing other shit.
We probably won't be back to the house for a while, so I'm okay with like putting a hold on the main bedrooms. But how much was the workshop again? 7,200.
Yep. That's for luxurious. That's like state of the art.
Yeah.
So that's like, I don't know, Rex. What kind of benefits would we see from that?
With a luxurious workshop, you would have access to top-of-the-line tools. I can't give you an exact mechanical benefit until it nears completion, because then I'll actually, sit down and write out the mechanics. But you would see a potential mechanical benefit, whether that's a reduction of material costs, whether that's bonuses on crafting. I can't really say. But since the room has a function, yeah, it would provide mechanical benefits.
And then the luxurious guest bedrooms, if we did all of them, the total would be 2,700.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So
I don't see us having guests for a minute.
Yeah, I honestly, that's like, I'd say that's like the lowest priority right
Yeah.
now, just because I don't see us entertaining people for a while.
And
yeah,
if I need to entertain anyone, it'll be in my bedroom.
At least not until we end up in like a more political intrigue heavy arc.
mhm.
So I'm thinking that our priority here should be the kitchen or the lab.
Okay.
yeah.
Okay.
And obviously we want to go for luxurious, I'm assuming.
Mhm.
Yeah, because I mean, honestly, it would wind up being more expensive in the long run.
So we
Yeah.
each need to chip in 1,800 gold.
That sounds
Right.
about right, yeah.
And if each of us did 3,050, we could have the luxurious lab or workshop and the basic bedroom.
Upgrades can be done to the rooms later, advancing it from from lower levels to higher.
Will it cost more, or will it just be the difference?
The only extra cost will be in time, because it's going to take the same amount of time no matter which option you select. And then if you upgrade later, it'll take a fraction of the original time, but versus,
It's still
More
added.
time.
Yeah, exactly.
So if each of us have 3,050 gold, we can get the basic bedroom, main bedrooms, and the luxurious workshop. Or, let me see. Or 3,250 to upgrade the kitchen and workshop to luxurious.
I think that sounds like the best option.
Yeah, I think getting our utilities done.
Yeah.
I mean,
We sleep on the floor all the time.
I'm more saying that we're gone most of the time, so
That's
we wouldn't even
true.
be able to enjoy our luxurious amenities.
And in a
Yeah.
pinch, you guys have the portable tower.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
But-
true. That's truly true. And we can even bring our guests there. So I have 3,250, so we can get the luxurious kitchen and workshop. Now, does upgrading the kitchen include fixing the tree?
It
And
does
the
not
hole?
include fixing the enchantment below, but it does include removing the top of the tree, which is going to have to be done anyway.
Right.
Great.
And repairing the floor.
Okay. I think we should do the kitchen first. We'll pay for both.
Mhm.
We'll get the kitchen first and then the workshop. Because the kitchen our staff can use.
And I can use.
I've been
Yeah.
giving out a lot of loans, y'all. So I God,
Oh, but
okay.
someone has been tracking that. I think there was a debate earlier about who owed who money.
Yeah.
I don't know how much I owe who. I know I owe Nathrissa, but
I think we discussed that. Aren't we at like 25 or something?
I don't remember. I mean,
2,500.
Well,
Sure.
the
I-
Nathrissa says it's 2,500, so it's 2,500.
that sounds right. That sounds right.
Yeah. I'm not tracking
But
it. That's all on
I
you.
only have 3,498. We have to get the ambrosia magic box materials. I have to buy more moonrune ink.
So if I have 142 platinum pieces, that's 1,420 pieces of gold.
Yes.
Yes. Do you have the gold? Because I believe, although Kadre is doing the selling and shopping today, you guys calculated and distributed the gold that would be gained from that already.
There was
Did you add that
1,400
already?
gold that each of us should have gotten recently.
I added the amount that we got minus the gems.
Minus the gems. Got it. Yeah, because you kept the
Cool.
gems and you haven't sold those yet, right?
Yeah, no, I don't think we sold them.
No.
Well, that's
I think you said that we
technically
could use them as money, essentially,
as
just
gold
to
value.
expedite things.
Yeah, I did allow, like, it was easier just to do it that way.
And each
Oh,
of us
shit,
got
okay.
1,400 gold from all the money that we found in the Redthorn Manor.
Plug
How
it
much
into
were the
my
gems
amount.
worth?
Yeah, how much was the gems of that?
I don't remember. I deleted all that information because we didn't need it anymore. I think it was maybe 600 because I think it was like 1,100 or 1,000 gold and like 600 something in in gems.
That was from Redthorn Manor?
Swear it was more than that.
Okay. Let me see if I have that exact number in my notes. If I don't,
Hold on.
then I'm sorry.
So 1,400 times 4 was
let me
5,600.
change this back to player view. Whoops.
It might have been 1,100 worth of gems. In
That
total.
sounds right.
In total.
Oh, there it is. You typed it in. 16
good.
gems worth is 100 gold pieces each, so it's 1,600.
Oh, okay.
There we go. Cool. So 1,600 in gems minus 400 because minus 100 because Nathrissa traded gems for contraceptive potions.
I did.
So I have that noted.
So
So it'd be 400 for each of us.
Also, Kadre, my note says it was actually 1,000 gold for the tower up the cliff.
Oh, okay, that's fine.
So 1,000 gold is either going towards that tower or is going to be thrown at the manor if you can't get the permit.
If I can't get the porn.
Oh no,
porn
now
mix.
yeah. I can afford to do both now.
Okay.
okay.
Cool.
So 3,250 gold.
Okay. Apusand, do you agree to this?
I agree.
Okay, everybody
Have-
deduct that money. We will...
How much was it?
3,250. And that will be the luxury
Total.
kitchen and workshop. That's from each of us.
Oh, 3,000. Oh, sorry, I misheard that part. I don't have the 3,000 on me. I have 2,544 on me total.
that's after the 1,400 that was distributed?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And the 600 from the gems?
600. That'll put me on a 3,100 total.
Okay, just slightly shy.
I
can
Oh, I-
cover the extra.
Yeah, me and
I got
Kadre.
this.
Me and
Okay.
Kadre had a little extra because of the platinum bars that were sold.
That will be sold.
Right.
Well, that will be.
Yeah, that are being sold this session.
Yes,
Yeah.
that will
So-
be traded out for. Okay. Anyway, so how much was it? An extra 100 that needed?
I can give you 3,100 and then we'll call that my portion.
Okay, so it'd be
yes,
another
that would
150 then. That would
So
be needed.
75 each.
Yeah.
So that's gonna be. Oh god, it's 3250 plus 75 is 3325.
y'all got this, or do you need me to chip in?
I just suck at math.
They seem to have it.
Okay.
Yeah, I've got it. Okay, done. Oh, that was expensive.
I'm
Okay.
a broke ass bitch.
Me too.
Okay.
Wait.
Well, I mean, probably compared to
Also,
regular people, I'm not that broke.
No.
Kadre, go to our gardener and sell the Miroth pearls.
Yes, you have 14. They have harvested 14 Miroth pearls. Those were never sold yet.
Okay, I will go get those and sell them today.
Okay. So first you stop by Zhao Wei, who has taken a day of rest, and he bows as you approach, the citrine scales of the crystal dragonborn sparkling a bit.
Wait, how much gold am I depositing in front of him? Hold on,
Well,
let's see. It's
it's
5,800 plus 7,200, so that's Oh my.
So,
I'm depositing 12,000 gold in front of this man.
gives you about. So you've decided then on what you would like constructed?
Yes. We would like to do the highest quality available for the kitchen upgrade, labs, and workshops. I dropped the bag of gold in front of me.
Oh my. And he opens it and just kind of like sifts through, not really counting it, cinches it back up. Well, I think this will do. I should be able to procure the materials. It will be several weeks of work. Which would you like me to begin on first?
I believe we wanted to start with the kitchen.
The kitchen?
Yes, because of the structural integrity of the manor.
Good point. The tree does compromise that slightly. I will get to work on this first.
Let me know once the ceiling is repaired, that way I can fix the enchantment.
Of course. I will work on that first. It should only be a number of days. Perhaps I could have the floor done with the shipping of materials. 4 days.
Okay, thank you.
The rest will take, I'd say, 2.5 weeks.
Okay. That's very fast. Excellent.
Well, you have given me a great deal of items that are tuned to help.
Sorry, usually whenever someone says a couple of weeks, I'm thinking 3 to 4 weeks. You know, when someone says a couple of weeks and then tells me 2 weeks, I'm going, oh!
It will take longer for the labs, I think, but that is because of the nature of the unique equipment.
That I'm not terribly worried about.
So, the 21st for the kitchen?
Yeah. But it'll be a nice
That's,
kitchen.
remember, a week is 8 days, so that's
Yep.
20 days from now, so it's actually the 27th.
Okay.
28 days?
20
20 days. It's 2 weeks is 16 days, another half week is another 4 days. 8-day weeks in this world.
Got it. Okay.
So
All right.
Hey,
Yeah,
yo,
excellent.
can I hire these people to like fix the roads where I live?
I mean, if you hire anybody and give them a Lyre of Building and Brava's Bustling, the $10,000 magical item, it's going to be a lot quicker, okay?
And then on top of that,
Fair.
what was it? The Rod of Excellent Engineering?
Yeah, you gave
Yeah.
him 3 magical items, 2 of which were very expensive, and one of which was just very cool.
And useful for
Yeah.
details.
Exactly.
Imagine like people are watching him like build and just like
Literally, there's
Yeah.
a hole in the kitchen floor. He cuts down the tree and then he throws the beetles and it's done.
Most of the 4 days before the floor is done are in bartering for the supplies and having them shipped to the manor.
wow.
And then it's just a hole in the floor. He just needs to cut off the tree, play a few strings on the lute, and throw beetles at it, and it's done. Then it's all the real work is ripping out the appliances, redoing the area, putting in top of the line stuff. Anyway,
Shopping.
that's done. So you head out and begin the 4-hour trek to the city, which I will not make you make rolls for because I don't have the time for that shit.
I know this is like so long.
So instead, you can go ahead and put on the music that Aylin put into the chat. As you return to Sínokal, breathing the fresh mountain air. Despite the recent rebellion that occurred here, things are progressing very smoothly for repairs, at least in the city above. Most of it looks fixed. Lights sparkle across the city. Not as many as before, where the city was once awash with light. You can now see a couple of patches of darkness, but for the most part, it is impressively all lit. Whatever Nicomedes has done here to replace the original power source, it seems to have passably functioned for the moment, and perhaps they're working on improvements. You go about your business. First, selling the trading the platinum off. That's easy enough to do. You can head to any bank, and they'll exchange them evenly. You then, I believe, ran along, probably to the Aboleth Enchantry, which was one of the first places you came in this town. The daughter of the people whose gala you attended is there again, and she happily sells you the ingredients that you need to repair the glyphs in the hot springs. You've already spent the gold for that out of your funds, I believe.
Yep.
Cool. Then you have 2 more tasks to do in the city. The first is you're seeking that permit, and the second, of course, you wish to visit the Black Emporium for a personal matter. Which would you like to do first?
Let's deal with the permit first.
Okay.
Oh, sorry. What about the Miros?
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
I
right,
would've
the
grabbed
Miros
them
pearls,
before
yes.
leaving, and then I would have
Mhm.
probably traded them in at the bank.
The bank
Because
isn't going to accept a bunch of pearls. You need to sell these. So,
Jeweler, then.
Same place as the gems, probably.
Yeah.
can I have you make just a quick investigation check then? This would not use the glasses, so it's not at advantage.
Well, yeah. 21.
21, fair enough. Then yeah, you can easily find a place that's willing to take them, despite their unique nature. Whoops. As for price, I'll just have you make a persuasion check to save time.
Is it really just plus? It must be. Yeah. Wait. Oh no.
Persuasion should be +7 for you.
Wait. Proficiency bonus is. Yep, that's +7. Okay.
26.
Wonderful.
Okay. In which case, you can sell each of these. You manage to barter with the woman at the counter. If these were standard pearls, they might sell for 25 a piece, but they're very unique. And you talk to her for a couple of minutes, flatter her for a bit. She'll give you 40 for each.
Okay, and that was how much? 14 for 40?
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Yes,
so that's 14.
560 gold.
Yep, and then equals divided by 4. That's 140 each for all of us.
Sweet. So
Nice.
another 140 in y'all's pockets. Where did I make the note?
God, this looks like a fucking ledger.
It
Yep.
is.
Oh yes, our incoming is
Okay.
going better than our outgoing. Yes, excellent.
Since we're in the green this month, don't worry. Takings are better than leavings. Anyway, she also mentions that if you happen to get your hands on more, she would happily buy them.
Excellent.
Nathrissa's like, I know what that means.
Yeah, I've been reading.
I've been reading.
So those are sold, and you now have a buyer for more. Then it's off to the permit. So you head up the steps of the city. Each of the stepped
the census and excise office.
each of the stepped levels of the huge city of Sínokal, the city of light and snow. And it is snowing again heavily today, as winter is continuing to approach. So your feet crunch in the snow as a blanket of white lays over the city. Lots of high elves are moving about as you reach the higher levels, taking the magical lifts up each one. You can see them bundled in fine furs and robes. You push your way into the marbled halls of the, what did I call it? City Hall, close enough. And wind your way back through the maze of halls to the archive room, seeking your previous friend. Behind the desk, or behind the glass of this area where you can see the rows and rows of dark wood cabinets, you see the older high elven gentleman, spectacles perched on the end of his hawkish nose, staring down at a book. The room is entirely quiet. Not many people come back here. Just a table and chairs, and as you step in and the door creaks, he lifts a hand in a gesture that is, I'm finishing this page and you can't stop me. So you step up, you settle down into the chair and wait for him. And eventually he slowly takes out a bookmark and with his weathered hand tucks it into the page, sets the book aside, adjusts his fine billowed sleeves, and steeples his hands in front of him. There's a quirk of the sharp eyebrow as he recognizes you.
It's a good read, I hope. At least so far.
I've read better, but it's acceptable.
Adequate is always better than uninteresting, I suppose.
It is better than the boredom that sets in back here. Now, how can I assist you this evening?
Well, I've got an interesting little conundrum that might provide some intellectual entertainment.
Oh, joy.
Well, okay. So...
And gives a little smirk.
Well, so I have an interesting idea that I wanted to try. And I proceed to explain the zipline idea, leading to the top of the Embelarnen. Is it Embelarnen or...
Embelarnen is your home nation.
Okay, good. Embelarnen Embassy. And I just say... So, obviously I'd need a permit. So, I guess the question I have... Yes. The question/challenge I have for you is, how would someone like me go about possibly getting a permit like that without getting mired in the inexorable quagmire of bureaucracy that would be the Otherian Empire's workings?
My dear, bureaucracy is inevitable.
I know,
but possibly there might be ways to reduce it. A trade. Tell me a story.
Oh boy, do I've got some for you.
Which one?
He gives a bit of a grin, and his caterpillar-like eyebrows, which have slowly gone higher and higher as your idea was communicated, kind of fold a bit, and he leans in on his hands to listen.
I give him like a couple of like titles of like some of our most recent escapades off my cuff, and I'm just like, so which one do you want?
My. Which ones do you offer?
Let's
You're
see.
like dancing nude at Robbie.
Okay, how about, let's see. I don't want to do that one, but let's say like,
The Redthorn Manor.
oh yeah, thank you. Either the Redthorn Manor, a battle with an ancient god.
No.
so, like...
Stop them. Redthorn, you said?
Yes.
Tell me more.
Okay. And I proceed to tell him the story about how we entered the manor and how it was this, horrifying... It turned out that we had accidentally walked into the middle of a battle between an ancient forest spirit and a sentient, monstrous house.
All right, he is fascinated. And by the end of it, as you conclude with the destruction of Manor, and the retreat of the Leshen back into the forests, his fingers are steepled and his brows are lifted, and he gives a bit of a smirk. To think that's how the House Redthorn came to its end. I remember their names. They were well known once upon a time. Fallen out of favor very long ago. How interesting. Well, as for your bureaucratic hassles, sit here a moment and let me see what information I can rustle up. And he pushes himself away from the desk. Stands and slowly walks back through the archive room, occasionally flipping open a drawer, muttering to himself and shutting it with an elegant hand. He vanishes out of view. And he's gone for about 30 minutes before he returns with a couple of papers, just flicking through them one by one, plops back down into his plush chair and adjusts his spectacles. Now, what you're proposing, of course, has never been done. Fascinating concept. I don't think it could be done to the embassy. The embassy is across the city, and nobody is going to want a giant wire running across the entirety of Sínokal. However, am I to understand that you have noble connections in the city?
Well, I believe she's actually, head of the council at the moment.
The Marquess herself, you know.
And then I believe Nathrissa was just made a countess.
Yes, though the countess will only expedite things on your side. As countess, your friend could approve this construction in her own lands, and it would need to be approved. But that's as simple as her working up a document and signing it. The Marquess would need to approve. Well, there are a number of people who could approve it, but the Marquess, if you know her, would be the easiest route. Call in a favor, and she could approve the construction of a spire just outside the eastern gate. That could be your connection point.
Oh yeah, the girl who's the head of the finance or whatever of the city.
The Marquess was the Marquess Marquess Valoran, daughter of the late Lord Valoran. Now a de facto part of the council, not necessarily its head because the council are even, but she has more power because the Marquess is technically in charge of the finances of the city.
Oh,
I think her name is Marchioness Amire Valoran.
Yes. Oh, thank you. Marquess is Marquess is the male. It's Marchioness. You're correct. Marchioness Amire Valoran. So.
All right. Well, in that case, I should probably go speak to her.
Mm-hmm. There may be a little bit of gold involved, because, of course, construction will take money from this end, but if you grease her palms or have favors to call in from her, or other nobles that you can sway to convince her, then that would make things easier.
She does not strike me as someone whose palms could be greased.
Perhaps not. Her father, not a pleasant man, but more easily bribed. which he is now, of course, gone.
Had to fight him, so.
Oh, I'm aware.
Well, I will leave you to your book. I must go speak to her. I have a lot to do today.
Thank you. I have plenty of reading to do. Let me know how it goes.
Will do. Thank you. I
You're
head
welcome.
over to the Lauren estate.
Okay.
I
Yes,
imagine that, like, that guy he just talked to is just shaking his head like, oh, I hate to see you go. Your stories are so juicy.
Oh, he knows he'll be back.
Right.
So
Yeah, he's my connection inside of City Hall. He's basically the guy who, like, knows who I need to talk to.
Yeah.
you head to the Valoran estate. One of the large estates in the Noble District. And as you do, you pass by the... Oh gosh, what was their name? Owners
my
of the
God, the
Aboleth in Chantry, the ones that held the gala.
Yeah, the ones that held the gala. They could be another point instead of the Marquess. Because they're nobles.
Well, I'm passing by her, so I'll talk to her for a minute.
Autevirye. Autevirye. There we go. Autevirye. As you pass by their estate, you can see the Griffin Mark II is now absent, and there is still a significant amount of damage to the manor, but even now there is like a swarm of workers that are putting it back together, and more than half of the damage has been repaired, despite the massive size of the manor. Did you want to stop there first?
Yeah, because I already kind of did something nice for them already.
Okay. Then you stop at the gates, and there are 2 guards there. Halt, what is your business at the estate?
I'm here to speak to the Lord and Lady.
Do you have an appointment?
No.
Name?
Kadre Daro.
Ooh, your name has weight.
We shall see. We shall send word and see if they have availability. And they call over one of the servants that are out in the yard, who steps up to the gate, and there's a short discussion through the gate, and then they scurry off into the manor. You're left standing there. The guards are silent at their posts. Probably about 10-15 minutes. It's a big manor. Eventually...
All those sitting rooms.
Yeah, all the sitting... Never know which one they're in. A different servant returns, and whispers something out the gate. The guard nods, and then one of them turns and puts a key in the lock and swings open the gate. Enter and follow. They will lead you to a sitting room. You will have a short time. The Lord and Lady are quite busy.
I understand.
But said that they would make a short amount of time for you.
Excellent. Thank you. I head inside.
Okay.
Follow at a brisk pace.
Right. Heading inside, yeah, the Djenah servant scurries along in front of you, and you are led not through the front door, because the front section, the grand entryway, was part of what was crushed. Instead, you're led around to the gardens to the side, and you enter into a large hall on the eastern side of the building. They ask you to wait there as another servant offers to take your coat, and another one steps up with a broom and like dusts the snow off of your boots, and they step aside and return to their individual tasks.
As they start to like reach down to dust, it's like it's okay. I prestidigitate the snow off.
Oh, yes. Quite used to seeing magic, they just kind of step away and return to their tasks then.
I just didn't want them to have to do that.
You're only made to wait for a moment before a well-dressed butler steps out. Mr. Dara?
Yes.
If you would this way, please.
Of course.
And you are led down a short hall to a sitting room. They open the door for you, gesture inside. There's a fire lit, and you can see the Lady Valoran is sat there, just sipping tea near the fire in a very fine, chase lounge. There's another plush chair next to her, and she glances over her shoulder and gives a soft smile in your direction as you enter.
I return it, and I guess continue to one of the chairs in the room after giving a bow.
Greetings, Ambassador Darrow. To what do I owe the pleasure today?
Well, I understand you're quite busy, as I've been told, so I'll get right to the point. I am seeking help to gain approval for an interesting engineering project that I have devised that I believe would allow, as I'm sure you already know, we, the Cardinal Argi and myself, have gained ownership of the old Keen estate outside of the grounds of Sínokal.
Rumor has reached our ears, and as you're discussing, there are other servants who are moving about. Tea is set on the table next to you. A plate of small cookies is offered, and there's a platter of just little aperitif sandwiches that are set elegantly on the coffee table in front of you.
I take a sandwich and drink some tea. What you may not know is that it is a 4-hour trip to get back to the city.
Through dangerous mountains, no less.
Indeed. And on top of that, it means that we're invested in Sínokal, to be quite honest. I mean, at least I have, I like the city, and I would like to make sure that it stays safe. So, being that far removed from the city is concerning for me, if that makes sense.
I see. That is understandable.
So I explained the zipline idea, and that was the idea that I was having that would allow us to return to the city quickly. Now, I was told that having it connect to the embassy was a bad idea, and based on that, having a small tower constructed outside the eastern entrance would be a feasible solution that would not ruin anyone's view.
Ah. Yes, well, as I'm certain that you're aware, Sínokal is, of course, very focused on its aesthetics.
Indeed.
She takes another small sip of tea, and ponders in thought, like folding her hands in her lap, smoothing out her snow-white dress that she is wearing. You can consider me interested. What is it that you require from me, then?
Mainly approval and possibly help getting funding from the city's side to construct this tower. Because originally I was hoping to go with an existing building that was already constructed to avoid an additional expenditure. If there was another building that was on the eastern side of the city, or the eastern edge of the city to be more accurate, more precise, then that would possibly be a good alternate solution as opposed to needing to build an entirely new construction.
Perhaps. We could discuss that amongst ourselves. Kadre, can I have you make a persuasion check for me?
Sure. Could I gift of luck this?
Are you going to cast magic right in front of her face?
Probably not. 22.
See? Don't even need it. Your friend, Nathrissa, was just made a countess, was she not? And granted
Yes, she
land
was.
around the manor?
Correct.
I see. It was about time that Sínokal began its expansion. House Altivieri might be interested in investing in this expansion. Perhaps we could put in a word with the Marchioness, and maybe, if you would allow me to communicate with your friend Nathrissa and set some things on paper, we might be willing to invest in the construction of the tower itself if we were granted some certain services of its use.
Such as?
Mutually beneficial arrangements, shipments of supplies, shipping routes in between the Countess's lands and the city of Sínokal itself. Discounts, perhaps.
Definitely have to be discussed with the Countess, of course. I can't speak
Of course.
for her. This is simply something so that we would be able to travel between the city and other people would be able to travel between Sínokal and our estate as well. But I think that could be a useful idea. At the very least, if the Cardinal Court area ends up becoming an actual municipality beyond just our estate, then having a convenient trade line would be incredibly useful.
Indeed. We could consider this the initial investment. I would discuss with the Countess herself, perhaps expansion into a full route in the future.
It would most likely start out with just a simple chair.
Indeed. Gerard, and she turns over her shoulder and gestures for one of the servants, who steps up to her. Could you fetch me a pen and paper, please? Thank you. And he steps out of the room. I will pen a letter to the Countess. If you would be so kind as to deliver it, then we could begin our talks over this. Perhaps the next time you return, I could provide you with a magical means of communication so that we could work out the details swiftly.
Yes, that would be excellent.
Fantastic. And he returns with pen and paper. She stands and moves over to a writing desk and sits out to the side and begins penning a letter. And she's there for a couple of moments before she folds it up, puts it into an envelope, and takes a candle nearby and some wax and seals it with a stamp, pressing her ring into it. And then she hands it out to you.
Excellent, thank you. I just wanted to give you... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
In the meantime, I can begin discussions with the Marchioness about your idea on your behalf.
I was actually going to speak to her just now. However, I think that a two-pronged proposal might go across quite well. You know, hearing opinions from two different sides of the aisle could be even more convincing.
Yes. If I am not overstepping my bounds, though, the Marchioness may still be a little bit raw over the recent events involving her father, and although I don't believe you have fallen out of her favor, your group is still a painful reminder. Not to mention she is spending much time with the council, overseeing deliberations with the city, and as one of the high houses, I have easier access to her ear. You likely won't find her today, and it may be difficult even in the next few weeks.
Very well then. I appreciate your counsel.
And I appreciate you thinking of us. I think this will be a mutually beneficial arrangement.
Well, if all things go well, who knows? Maybe a new branch of your enchanting could be set up near our court.
That's a fascinating idea. I would love to discuss that in the future. Now, if you please, I do have many matters to attend to, but...
I will leave you. Have a
Thank you
wonderful
so
day.
much.
Disappears.
She gives a
Just
bow.
poof.
Poof, goodbye. No. She gives a bow, and the butler waves her hand. One of the servants rings a bell on the wall, and the butler steps back into the room to lead you out.
Excellent. Okay, on to the next thingy.
Yes, so that is done. You're led back out, and you continue down through the city to your next appointment, which is with the Black Emporium. I believe.
Yes.
Let me pause that music and see what we've got here. Is this too creepy?
There's gotta be a song that's like brum, 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 brum. No, I'm kidding.
That might be a little too creepy. Is this too tense?
If it's countdown, the answer is yes. It is too tense.
No, it's not countdown. No. I like this one. Okay, we haven't gotten a chance to use this one. Let me.
But it's good.
That off. It is good. I haven't had any sneaky shenanigans. You head down into the Undercroft.
You shouldn't be here.
Yes.
Wonderful.
Oh god.
Kadre, you descend down into the Undercroft. Here, the...
Oh, I changed my look to be Reaper.
Yes.
Oh
you
my
return
god,
to
I
your
love
previous
this.
disguise.
What? Why are you going all...
This music is
It's
all
great.
awesome.
Yeah. So,
Ooh.
as you go down into the Undercroft, while above, of course, the revolution showed much more damage to the city, here it's the after effects that are more visible. You can see a lot of none of the buildings were damaged, since most of the rioting occurred above ground, but while below there were magical lights before, the majority of the Undercroft has fallen dark in that regard, and instead, as what etheric power there is available now is diverted above, they've returned to torches and sconces below. So firelight flickers throughout the city's depths, and it is a bit dimmer than before. The tops, the roof, so to speak, where it forms the layer of the actual city above, is not visible in many places, as the light doesn't reach that high, except where the buildings tower all the way up and connect to the ceiling, and the lights up there kind of cast out. You begin winding through the streets, and you use your the Hat of Disguise function of your circlet to transform your entire appearance into that of Reaper. Do you remember the description for that?
I actually have a visual reference of him. Let's see. Hold on, I can...
Persona number 19.
It's in legendary quotes. Hold on.
Yeah, if it's gonna be a whole lot of effort, don't worry about it, but...
What the hell?
Hmm?
It's here.
Aylin's on top of it, our record keeper.
Oh, okay, I see what.
There we go.
Thank you, Aylin.
Alright, so...
Where'd you put it?
I added players in
Yeah,
legendary
yeah.
quotes.
He replied to it.
Thank you.
So, you suit up, essentially. Chalk-striped suit, a black pocket square, high elven in appearance, long pointed ears, smooth complexion, and short brown hair that is spiked and swooped to the side with 2 points coming down to the chin in the front. Dark brown, brooding eyes. You weave your way through the back alleys that you recall, and as you pass into the one where you were accosted before, you can see the individuals in the shadows making themselves known rather than hidden. But as you approach, the same ones that kind of stopped you before and then eventually let you on, one of them is just stroking the blade of a knife with his thumb and gives you kind of a quirk of an eyebrow and a nod in the direction of the entrance as you pass, not stopping you at all. You descend through the illusory section in between the tightly packed and crooked buildings of the Undercroft, down into the depths of the Black Emporium. As the door creaks open and then swings shut behind you with a you stand inside the dark interior. A couple of candles flickering around, poorly maintained, their wax dripping over various dusty surfaces. The whole place looks a little bit off kilter, as if it was built on the walls were on a slant. The shelves are all at different angles. A lot of the same items and trinkets you see from before. There's footsteps from behind the counter, and then as a short figure hops up onto the stool and puts their hands on the counter, you see the gnarled gnome from before. Welcome to the Black Emporium. Well, well. If it ain't the Reaper, return for business?
Indeed.
Nice to see ya. How can I help you today?
Well, I should let you know that the hand you sold me was cursed. Seriously, cursed.
You're not kidding. Sorry about that, mate. It's a price of business down here. The shit we get I don't trust. Most people know to expect it. Pay to get it identified after they take it home.
Yes, I just thought you should know.
Well, now I know.
Indeed. Anyway, I have... let's see. I have a question for you, actually, because I just... would I still have the old Call Shadow Mastiff scroll?
Yeah, you never used it, you just translated it.
Yeah, okay. I'd just say, I understand that I won't be able to get a retail price for this, or what I paid for it, but I'd like to sell this back to you.
Didn't end up using it,
Yeah, unfortunately.
Well, I can give you half of what you paid before for it.
It's about, let's see, that's $550?
Yeah, because originally it was $1,100?
Yep.
I can return you $550.
That works. Done.
Let me just make sure. He offers a handout and, wiggles his fingers.
Of course. I hand him the scroll.
Yeah. He unfurls it, looks it over, licks his finger and swipes across the paper. Alright. Still good. You want your money in gold, or you want it in credit right now?
I think, well, credit for now, because I do have another item that I would like to,
I'll put it on the tab then, and he tosses it under the counter. Are you talking about another item?
Yes,
So
yes.
what can I do you
pull
for?
out the item.
So, Kadre, you pull out of your bag the extremely beautiful, ornate statue that you swiped from the vault under Ostadosh.
That is no longer there because it disappeared. I'm kidding.
That was a different statue. This is made of gems and gold and platinum, twisted into abstract shapes. You set it on the counter. Oh, now that's interesting.
Believe it or not, this actually wasn't stolen.
You're not kidding.
Nope. I
But
just
it
figured that
is, by my judging, and I've got a good eye for that ancient Djenah, right?
Indeed. I figured you'd have the clientele who would have a greater interest in this sort of item.
That's right. I might know a couple of people. Well, let's see what I can offer you for it. How much did I say you could get for it in the underworld?
You said
6,500, right?
yes. You said like 6K plus. So
6K plus, yeah. Because in the circles above, you'd be selling it for the price of material, which would have been 5,000.
Fuck.
You already made your rolls. I just wanted to role play it out. So, no persuasion needed. I'll give you 6,500 for it. Could
Done.
still turn a profit off that. Right. So gold or credit
done.
then. We do have a couple of, as he's pulling it off the counter, and it scrapes as he turns to the side and hops down and moves over. His voice continues to carry out as he brushes past a dusty curtain, and you can hear him setting it on a shelf in the back. We've got a couple of new items in, if you'd like to take a look around. Most interesting one is right there behind the counter. And indeed you do see, just to the left of where he'd been sitting, pressed up against the crooked wall, is something fascinating indeed. A glass case rests in the corner behind the counter. No light is needed to highlight the item inside because it produces its own flickering glow of a sort, one that kind of hurts your eyes to stare at directly. Were it not for the tinting of the glass, you'd wager it may singe your eyes just to look at it. The device inside is difficult to describe, unique as it is. The handle appears to be made of peridot or jade or some other green gem, wrapped in twisted bands of gold. It is only long enough to be clasped in the hand, ending in a point capped in a white metal, which flares out in 4 spiky metal arcs, each adorned in brass and etched with burning runes. These 4 arcs form most of a sphere, before jutting back out into 4 sharp points near the apex, around which hovers a band of the same metal, which turns slowly.
What?
Floating in between these 4 points, and the slowly spinning ring, is a long spike of white metal, also free-floating, roughly twice the size of the handle itself. However, this is of little interest compared to what sits in the middle of it. The source of the light itself flickers and burns violently where it is contained amidst its cage, and each flaring spark sets the runes off brighter, as though they were struggling to keep its energy at bay. There's only one possible way you could describe this mote, for it is as though someone had plucked a star from the heavens and compressed it into a singular point, capturing it within this device. Even from across the counter, you can feel a mild heat radiating from it through the glass. It's almost terrifying. And as the curtain furls back open and he comes over to hop back up on his stool. They call that one Celestial Cataclysm.
Let me guess. I'm a student of Magitech and enchantment here. That's essentially the energy of a star, compressed and at any point ready to detonate.
Well, I can't say for certain. Never put my hands on it to identify it. Looks too powerful. Not sure what would happen. But I do know that the countries that know of it, governments
The
have banned all
countries
knowledge.
that know of it?
Aye, it's only known by a couple of governments. Circles of mages mostly. Some of them keep the information quiet.
Okay, I'm just gonna say this out of character. So it's the Magitechnical equivalent of a nuke.
It's an atom bomb.
It might be.
It's a fucking suitcase
I can
nuke.
tell you this for
God.
certain.
You're just like, so how much will you pay me to identify it?
It's been 1 millennia since the Oracular Octet, the original 8, banned all knowledge of it in the Etherean Empire. How's that for interesting?
Ooh. Sheesh.
Wow.
Hold on.
Runs a pretty penny, 50,000 gold pieces.
Yeah, I don't have that kind of money.
Didn't think so,
Interesting,
but thought
but I
you'd
don't
be
have that kind of money.
interested.
It's interesting, but I don't have that kind of money. I mean, I could try identifying it for you, but you'd have to fucking pay me.
No one's touching that shit. Anyway,
do you have something that's like a little more, in the actual, purchasable price range?
I just what for me, Vern, today. Could sell you that piece over there. And he points at the crooked shelves. And sitting up on top of the shelves, amidst all the dark and dusty items there, sits one that appears strangely beautiful, out of place in the typically grim surroundings. A sword is perched on display, glittering in the dim light. At first you mistake its handle for gold, but as you approach, you see instead that it is amber, polished and cut in geometric designs to form a delightfully artistic hilt. Into this is set a blade of crystal that is hard to identify at a glance. At its base, the color is a rich magenta, which fades into a midnight purple as it proceeds down the delicately etched and incredibly thin surface. The tip appears shattered, chunks missing from the craftsmanship, but if anything this makes the weapon appear more deadly, for the glass-like shards of crystal at the tip are jagged and sharp. At a glance, you can tell from your expertise that the blade is as honed as a razor, not dulled at all by its damage. Moreover, it possesses a faint glow, not ever present, but fading gently in and out like breathing. The craftsmanship is unmistakably masterwork, and more than that, its material can mean only one thing. This used to belong to a Djenah Justicar. They call it the Immortal Justicar.
The what?
The Immortal Justicar. You can imagine where it came from.
Well, yes, from a Justicar, but...
Aye. It was, liberated from the house of the last noble to own it during all the rioting in town.
Oh!
Right this way down here.
That providence is much less troubling to me. Mind if I identify it?
Oh, you can try.
Well,
I don't think it likes it.
That's fair. I will cast Gift of Luck on myself first,
Okay.
and then I will spend the 10 minutes to try and identify it.
Okay. As you begin to set up the ritual, you have to lift the blade off of its perch because it does require touching it and putting it into your ritual circle. And as soon as you touch it, there's a vroom, like this hum almost in your mind, and then a voice. Are you worthy to carry my blade?
What do you consider worthy?
Will you take my oath and follow my path of justice?
What is your oath?
It begins to recite a list.
Thou
To not
shalt
kill those that would not kill. To inflict justice upon those that deserve it. To not steal, and to deliver justice to those that would. To defend the lands of my brothers and sisters. And it starts to go on and on and on, and some of them are like broad strokes justice, and some of them are like incredibly specific things, like you must perform this ritual once per month of cleansing. It is the oath of a Justicar.
Okay, damn. I'm like, so about the stealing thing, what if the guy's a fucking asshole who's hurt a bunch of people?
It continues down the list, and there's a clause in there for liberation of items, but not for yourself. It must be distributed. The wealth then distributed amongst the victims.
I put the blade back.
Yeah, the owner behind the counter. That's what I thought.
Yeah. It's like, yeah, he's a little bit demanding.
I just imagine he's like, yeah, I don't think many people down here want to buy that blade.
It's an interesting piece, and
it's interesting, certainly. Useless, but interesting. Well, I guess for a completely virtuous, white knight, it would be useful.
Aye, that's the problem. Not many of those around here. But I'm told that if you agree to the oath, the soul inside will grant you the power of a Justicar. Interesting. Well, that aside, I got 2 more scrolls what might interest you.
Oh?
Aye. He pulls out some dusty pieces of paper.
1 second.
Mm-hmm.
I just figured out what was going on.
Hmm? Oh, shit. I forgot that it was daylight savings time. Welcome to 3:18, everybody. Sorry.
I was like sitting here like, huh?
Yeah, we haven't actually been playing that long, and we haven't actually stayed up that late. It's just daylight savings time is stupid.
Although it is like 12 minutes before our normal end time. Luckily, after this, the majority of the rest of the downtime, I can just go like tick, tick, tick. That stuff's done out of character. But he sets 2 scrolls on the counter.
Ooh.
One of them he slides aside. It's in a very unique wooden case. Strange craftsmanship. But the one that he pushes forward first. Hold on. Let me get this.
Bloop, 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 bloop.
It's not appendices, it's this, isn't it? Hold on 1 second, sorry. Which one has the spells? These are classes. Sorry. Oh, here we go, Appendix B. This is from Heliana's Guide to Monster Hunting. So, since it's not released in its full format yet, I have to find which piece of the playtest PDF it's in. Wait. Then it must be... this doc. Yes, appendices. What? Oh, this is Appendix A. Shit.
Like, hold on, I know what this one does, I just gotta find it.
Oh lord, do I know that feeling?
Motherfucker. Can I... Oh, you have... Oh god, the table of contents. This is not the optimized version. Let me just find it. What is fucking not in this one then? Where are you at then? Ugh. February. I'm so sorry.
You're fine.
Oh! It wasn't this one, I was just being stupid. Here we are. He pushes forward the first of the 2 scrolls. This is a fine little piece of work. They call it Lungburst.
Sounds delightfully morbid.
Ah, you can imagine why. It's, not really allowed. Well, there's 2 reasons, but that's the first. Would you like to attempt to read the scroll?
Yes, please.
Okay, go ahead and make an Arcana check. You cast Gift of Luck on yourself, but you didn't end up doing Identify, so...
Oh yeah, that's right. So I'll just use that here.
Mm-hmm.
This is Arcana, so that's +8. 24.
24. Okay. This piece of magic appears to be of the 6th emanation. It's a 6th level spell. And I will read you the effects as you begin to go through and kind of read the arcane runes and gain an understanding of what it does.
Sorry, I was distracted for a minute. What level emanation?
6th.
Okay. Oh.
It is a wizard spell. Wizard, warlock, sorcerer. It takes an action to cast, range of 90 feet. You cause rapid and unpredictable changes in the internal air pressure of a creature you can see, rupturing its breathing apparatus. The creature must make a Constitution saving throw. A creature that is holding its breath makes this saving throw with disadvantage. On a failure, the creature takes 7d6 thunder damage, 7d6 necrotic damage, and immediately begins suffocating. It continues suffocating until it succeeds on the Constitution saving throw, which it can repeat at the end of each of its turns. On a success, a creature takes half as much damage and does not begin suffocating. A creature that does not need to breathe is immune to the effects of this spell. A greater restoration, heal, or wish spell, although the wish spell is banned from my campaign, can restore a creature's ability to breathe and end its suffocation. That said, as you kind of begin to understand the effects, it takes you a while because the runes, like the way that it's traced out, is really weird. The runes are strange, and you're trying to get a sense of, like, what the fuck is this magic? And you recognize, as you're getting a sense of what it does, that it's because it belongs to a school of magic that you don't know of. You didn't know there were more than 8. So this is none of the main 8 schools of magic.
1 second.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, go ahead.
Did you catch what I said?
That it's a part of a school that I don't know of.
Mm-hmm. Which is an interesting thing, because, to your knowledge, there are only 8 schools of magic. And you're very familiar with them. Mm-hmm. You caught that, did ya? Unique, isn't it?
Yeah. You wouldn't happen to know what school of magic this is actually from, would you?
Lucky for you, the man what sold me these scrolls did happen to drop the name. They call it biomancy.
Oh.
You want to know something else? This might interest you even more. These scrolls, if the man what Solon was to be believed. They come from Tetra.
Oh.
Wait. You mean from beyond the veil?
No, but nobody's really come back from Tetra. Many people tried to get to it, but that land's yacht. Nothing gets in, nothing gets out. Any ships what go get dashed on the rocks, airships fall out of the sky. This man is one of the only people to ever walk free of its shores, supposedly.
Alright. Unfortunately, it's quite above my skill level to cast at the moment, but I might be.
Other one might be in your range. And he slides over the, strangely carved wooden scroll case, and flips open the lid for you. You pull this one out. Go ahead and make another Arcana check if you wish.
Gift of luck, of course.
Okay, so another spell slot.
Yep. $23.
23. Okay, you unfurl this, and begin to get a sense from the arcane runes as well. There, on both scrolls, there are a lot of sketches as well, and writing in a language that you don't recognize. But let me get to the actual listing of it. This spell is called Fungal Infection. It is also a biomancy. It is of the third.
God, that's vile.
It is of the third
Sorry.
emanation. You would need to translate this scroll because it is a wizard spell. But it takes one action, has a range of 90 feet, and concentration up to a minute. With an exhalation, fungal spores waft their way towards a point within range. Each creature in a 15-foot radius sphere centered on that point must succeed on a Constitution saving throw or become cursed until the spell ends. When you cast the spell, choose one of the following fungi to grow on the cursed creatures. Amanita Rotgut. The creature immediately takes 2d6 poison damage and becomes poisoned. While poisoned in this way, the creature takes 2d6 poison damage at the end of each of its subsequent turns. Necrotizing Zygomycosis. The creature immediately takes 2d8 necrotic damage and takes 2d8 necrotic damage at the start of each of its turns. Psilocybin Tripii. The creature begins tripping. It must roll a d4 at the start of each of its turns. On a 1, the creature doesn't move or take actions on this turn. Paralyzing Mucorylus. At the end of each of the creature's turns, it becomes paralyzed until the start of its next turn. Raging Henbane. The creature becomes charmed by you and must use its reaction at the start of each of its turns to make one weapon attack against a randomly determined creature within its reach or range other than yourself.
What?
Or the Veiled Lady. The creature's vision darkens to a pinhole. The creature has disadvantage on dexterity saving throws, and ranged attacks have advantage against the creature. An affected creature can repeat the saving throw at the end of each of its turns after the effects of the spell have triggered, ending the effect on itself on a success. You can increase the damage of Amanita Rotgut and Necrotizing Zygomycosis by casting at a higher level. And if you cast the spell using a slot of 6 level or higher, you can choose 2 fungi to grow on affected targets instead of 1.
Oh, I love flexible spells.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, I was like, hello. Wow, that is a nightmare of a spell.
That's like, what's it called? Contagion, but like different.
It's like Infect from Magic the Gathering.
It's great. I love this. I love this spell.
How much is this one?
Okay. Let me do this out of character because I need to pull up my calculations. Where is my sheet?
Yeah. That's
He begins doing a little bit of math. It's just like, oh, well, considering the strange class of magic and such,
Considering how few people would probably want something like this, considering the strange class of magic and how distinctive and recognizable it would be for anyone to use it.
and the unique location that it comes from. Alright. Let me check my chart. This is third emanation. You're buying from the Black Emporium, and it is of a class of magic that has not yet been seen by the rest of the world. It would be 2,000 gold pieces, twice the price of a normal third level spell scroll.
nah.
Now, you do have sitting here quite a pile of gold. Still be a decent chunk of chains I'd be giving to you, along with this scroll. 4,000 plus. Because it was 6,500 for the thing.
Yeah.
Plus another, so you have you'd be getting almost 5,000 gold if you were to take the scroll as well. Still.
Let's see. Do I? You know what? I actually bought another one from you a little bit ago. I believe it was called Guillotine.
That sounds familiar.
Aye.
Well, I should. Let's see. Hold on.
Did you buy guillotine? I still have it in the store.
I bought it. I have the money subtracted.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, if I were to buy the scroll, I'd. Yeah. Would you? I need to ask someone a question.
All right.
I pull out a sending stone and I send Shania a message. Careful not to say her name.
Okay. What do you send her?
And I say, I need to. It's like, hello. I need to know how much a item with the effect of goggles of night vision, spectacles of minute seeing, and helm of comprehend languages non-attunement would cost.
Okay. Shortly, you get a response, though it does take a couple minutes of waiting.
Of course.
Oh, Kadre. Always after the interesting things. 3 enchantments in one? Oh. We're talking...
I send her another response saying, they are all fairly low-cost enchantments, all originally non-attunement.
Yep, she replies, it is the weaving of 3 that is the difficulty. We are talking... more than 15,000?
Understood. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, and you use your third charge, and she replies, I'm sorry, of course, and the cost is driven up by... There's a 5-way war on Albion, and resources are thin. Take it you didn't like that answer very much, from your expression.
No. Based on my calculations and the previous purchase price I got, it was going to be somewhere in the range of like 5,500. Based on the cost of the original items on their own and the cost of the markup of the previous item.
I'm not an enchanter, so I can't really speak for cost. But So, what do you say? Taps his fingers on the scroll case.
Unfortunately, that news means that I will have to wait on purchasing anything from here today. I'll have to take my proceeds in gold.
As you wish. Well then, I'd say these will be waiting for you, but I do get a lot of people interested in strange magic. And this is some of the strangest, as he slowly slides them away and then puts them under the counter. Can't say they'll stick around for long. But
I mean, if you could offer 1,500 for the scroll, I could buy it. It's just 2,000. I get that it's rare, but even for something as rare as that is, it's steep.
Make a persuasion check.
Gift of luck, because no way in hell.
You're going to cast a spell on yourself before you attempt to persuade him? He watched you do it for identifying the scrolls, because he figured that you were attempting to identify the scrolls, but if you cast magic in his face and then start talking to him, that's very suspicious.
Alrighty then.
You can still try, but you're not sure how he'll react.
18.
18. 500's a lot of gold off, my friend. What say 1750? It's a nice split down the middle.
Make it 1,700 and you've got a deal.
He narrows his eyes at you. Done.
Done.
Spits in his hand and holds out his hand to shake it.
I put the gold into his hand.
Yeah. Well, you don't. You just like you just go for a handshake and you turn it to a thumbs up, and he's like, "All right, fair enough." And he turns around and
he's like, "No, that's gross."
Pulls back out the scroll case in question, so you can add a scroll of fungal infection.
How much?
So it was 1,700 for that. You were set to receive, let's see, 6,500. Yeah, 6,500 from the art piece, and another 550 from returning the scroll of shadow masses. So that would have been 7,050 minus 1,700. So it should be 5,300.
Yep, that's right.
5,350 rather.
Fuck.
Cool. Alright, well, that's all the new shit that we got for today. So, there's your gold.
Oh! Well,
Alright. Still got the old stuff if you're interested.
Yeah, I know. I meant the, do you have... It's a fairly common item, but, I believe it's, Gloves of Deft Hands, I believe? I might be thinking of the wrong name.
Gloves of
Thievery. That's it.
Gloves of Thievery. Let's see. Load. Come on. Where I need this dictionary check for me to pick locks. Not in stock, but I could probably scrounge this up within a couple days if you really wish.
It's not
Got my connections.
terribly urgent, but when I come back in, if you get a pair in stock, could you hold on to them?
Certainly.
Thank you.
Oh, remember, yeah.
I don't want you to go out of your way to get them, but if you get them in stock, if you could hold on to them.
Oh, they're useful. If one of my contacts has them, then I'll put them in stock. And if you don't buy them, someone else will.
Fair enough. Anyway, thank you for your business.
Thank you for yours. And hope to see you again, Reaper. As he hops down from the counter and goes back behind the curtain. Okay. So.
I leave.
You leave, and that is, that.
Indeed.
Okay.
So much shopping, so much finagling.
So much. In which case, we wrap up the day because eventually, you spend the night in the embassy, blah blah blah.
After all that, yeah.
Yeah, the day is done. You return to the manor the following day to do the tree and everything. Okay. Now, I'm looking at the list of things. Let's go back to the previous music, just for ease. So, Ishgard theme, everyone.
Okay.
Looking at the list as we wrap up the day. Everything else can either be handled through text or done really quickly. Probably. Is there anything pressing that anybody wants to do in the final days before the Skyne Witch, like that actually needs to be role played out?
I don't know what you had in mind for rail walking.
That I don't have anything written for, so that's going to be retroactive. But also, like, knowing what you're aiming for, Aylin, it's reaching what you're aiming for, I'm already aware isn't going to be exactly attainable yet.
Well, it was the most recent thing was following, like, that pull that she felt.
Correct. It's not going to lead you to a conclusion even in the coming days. So I'll say that, and then I'll send you more details.
I was gonna talk to Fuinanon about what's been going on, what I just learned, and Moonrune stuff.
Okay.
So conversation with Fuinanon probably would need to be handled, but everything else would not be.
Anything in particular that needs to be role-played? Because if you're just sharing with him what you've learned and he's sharing with you the, like, Moonrune stuff, I can handle that, like, really quickly out of character.
I was going to,
Because I don't want to turn this into a whole nother session.
Right. Well, yeah, I was just gonna talk to him about the Moonrunes, what I just learned, and also, like, the progress of the troops and what they've been doing, like an update.
Okay.
Last person would be sending stone to Zorik.
Right. We'll handle the Zorik thing in just a second, with Fuinanon, because the Zorik thing's gonna be pretty quick. Roleplay. With Fuin, yeah, so I'll note that you update him on the information that you found, like your commune with Aylin?
Right. I was, well, also with the wand. I was going to
you're telling
update
him about the
people
wand.
about
Okay.
Yeah. No, not tell them about the wand, just that I learned this information about their plans.
Oh, right, yes.
And then, what was it? Yeah, so update him about what I learned from the wand. I was going to ask a couple of questions for Aylin over the course of the downtime days that we had.
Which you can send me those. You would have, the 7th would be cloudy, the 8th as well, but the 9th, 10th, 11th, and then you're departing on the 12th, right?
I think so.
Okay.
Oh, what about my challenge?
Your challenge does need to be done.
Ah.
I'll do a short. I can do a short mini session with you because
Okay.
it's more for flavor. I wanted the introduction of the Justicars to be done, and for the characters to be introduced to you guys. So the challenge can be a quick out of main session thing that we do.
Okay.
Yeah, it won't take more than an hour.
God, scroll of fun.
Gosh.
It's horrific.
Yeah. Can y'all just confirm for me you guys were going to depart on the 12th for the Skynwitch, right?
Yeah, because that would leave us
4 days.
4 days in between.
Okay.
I'm sorry, sir. Could you wait?
Or was it...
My son is crying for me.
Because there were you were leaving a range of 3 days to complete your task, but I don't know if that was we'll go on the 12th, and between journey and fighting it might be 3 days, and we'll return on the 15th, or if it was like you wanted to finish everything up by the 12th. I don't remember what you guys decided.
Finish up. We were going to head out on the 12th.
Okay.
So we would technically have until the 11th, and then on the morning of the 12th is when we would head out. And then that gives us, about 4 days to take care of whatever happens with the Skynwitch.
Correct. And then the evening of the 16th would be the tower. Or the lighthouse, rather. Okay, so... Yeah, you would be updated, by the way, from Fleenanon that the Magisters and Rune Scribes are working on methods where the moon runes can shut down interplanar magic in an area, and it looks like that's almost ready. It's stuff that the Magisterium already has information on. They're just crafting moon runes for the rituals that are necessary.
Alright.
Okay. Send me in DM your questions for the 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th. You don't have to do that right now, but
okay.
Do it when you can. Apusand. I'm sorry,
Yes.
everybody else ate up so much time.
That's okay.
You have the 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th. Partly to yourself, although on the 8th you were asked to go to speak to Janupri.
Correct. I definitely want to do that.
To expedite things, you go and you speak to Janupri, and essentially what they say to you is the information that you have both discovered that was forced into your mind, and that they began to discover through the artifact that was fused to their face. You both know that this requires multiple mages, multiple people who can use Mystflow. They think that it is not a coincidence that this information comes on the eve of a war. And they want people ready. So in between you making preparations with war machines, they would like you to train some of the tribe's mages to use Mystflow, at least a basic form.
I agree with this. That is a good idea.
Fantastic.
If I may say something here real quick. If Kadre were to be told about this, he would request to also be taught, if possible.
Okay. The if possible being a big thing because you had a number of other things taking your time, some of which might have already been rolled for.
I didn't mean like at the same time as them, but maybe like a little bit later.
The easiest way would be to participate in the training, because otherwise Apusand has to dedicate a whole nother segment of his time to just training you.
He would want to train with the rest of them if possible, but I understand if it's not.
Yeah, we can we can discuss in between sessions how much training you'd actually be able to participate in, Kadre.
Yay!
But yeah, so Apusand, that is what is asked of you, and you agree to it. They are very thankful. That day, they don't have the people organized on the 8th. But you would have
time to do other things on the 8th then.
Yes, you have time to do other things. You know that there are war machines that need to be assembled.
Absolutely. I need to put time into creating those and helping others working either learning how to use them or do some manual creation while I get on the manual creation.
Correct. Now, all of the ballista, the Crystal Rain ballista from the vault have been brought up, but you're aware that the Crystal Rain ammunition itself, being of a magical nature and crystal forging, is not something that you can replicate. There's a limited amount of it. However, if you don't mind me taking a little bit longer in this session, everybody, is that okay? Can we push this, or do you guys want to be done?
I'm good.
I can stay awake.
Okay.
I'm here.
Good. So, I'm actually going to have you stop the music that you're listening to. And we are going to go back to, because it's still close enough to be fitting. This one. Apusand, on the 8th, as you are out, kind of attending to this, trying to get an understanding of, like, where materials are going to be coming from that you're going to use for the construction of these machines, whether you need to make more Crystal Rain Ballista or not, you and the Djenah of the Luptian tribe, who you're discussing this with, are approached by a very large figure. Actually, can we backtrack to one thing before I do this?
Sure. Certainly.
The evening of the 7th, Nathrissa, after your challenge, when everybody besides Kadre regathers at your temporary residence, is there any discussion that you would have with your group about the presence of 4 Justicars in Ostadosh?
Oh, I
Allow
definitely
that to
talked
happen
about it.
first, yeah.
No, but even before my challenge, when we all gathered back, I would have been like, hey, so this fucking shit went down.
Okay. So, let's try to keep the roleplay to about, like, 15 to 20 minutes, but less if possible. But Nathrissa, you return. Apusand is there studying. Aylin comes in
I can't
about the same
pray
time as you.
today.
Yeah, she's moping about not being able to pray to all in air. The three of you are there, and you know that Kadre is spending the evening in Sínokal. What are you doing?
Oh, well, that was... You know, I thought things couldn't get worse, and things keep happening.
You didn't witness someone die, did you?
No, it's better than that, I guess, but, I just met 4 Justicars.
Kind of
Aylin
pause
lights
in
up.
place.
Aylin lights up. Justicars? Oh! Wow,
4
that's
of them.
like 4 Rexes! Wow.
No, Rex
I
is
bet
nice
they're
and
all
welcoming and
big
looks...
and strong.
Oh, no, they were big and strong, alright. Terrified the piss out of me.
That's
Really?
completely understandable.
Yeah,
Why?
Apusand, you get it.
But
Why
why?
I was about to ask that.
Well, first off, one of them shot an arrow at me.
Oh my
Purposefully
God.
missed. I have no doubt he would have not missed if he was intending to kill me.
Oh, God.
Absolutely. No, that was definitely not intended to hurt you.
Yeah,
If
without
he wanted to hurt
question.
you, he would have hurt you.
No, I know. I got that. I might have peed a little. Anyways, I was
Also
invited
understandable.
to a challenge to shoot a bow with this guy.
Aylin claps. Good job getting along with Justicars.
It wasn't
In-
really an option for me.
Okay. Let me be a bit more empathetic. I
That'd be nice.
can imagine that it's quite terrifying, and this gets you a chance to realize a part of Djenah culture that you haven't quite experienced yet, which are the Justicars.
Absolutely, but you have to understand that the Justicars, from my side, my culture, are something to be feared. So yeah, still, what I'm saying is that I'm glad I made it out safely, but Apusand, I'm a little bit petrified. Is there anything that I need to do or not do so I don't die?
Well, I think you've already started on a decent foot. I am assuming, and correct me if I'm wrong, you've had a cordial conversation with them. No name calling of any kind, and respectful demeanor, respectful stance, respectful responses when asked.
Do you want us there?
I don't know if I'm allowed to invite people. They asked me specifically to go and participate in this challenge and join them for drinks.
Is the meeting location a public one?
She like makes a grimacing face and she's like, it's outside of Ostadash.
Apusand, make a history check for me.
Alright, that is something I'm good at. Allegedly. I said it out loud.
Allegedly. Yeah.
I just said it out loud, so my chances.
Yeah, your chances plummet.
Exactly. I acknowledged skill.
Let's see.
See here. Man, can't type. 22.
22.
You do notice she has picked up a bow, which you've never seen on her person before.
I got
Word.
a 9, a 7, a 22, a 14, and a 25.
I'll record those. You will be doing one. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. One roll for proficiency during this time.
Okay.
Okay. So, Sayanam. There we go. So, Apusand, the Sayanam tribe. you spent time among the Cyanam tribe in the Girvadim Alps in Kietar. This tribe is the one that trains the Justicars. They're native to Kietar, and while not all Justicars are of the Cyanam, many of the Cyanam become Justicars because of tradition. This challenge that was issued, you have heard of before. Archery is a very common practice in Cyanam, and it is almost a social thing. Often, like, when other tribes come to Kietar, members of the tribe of Cyanam will challenge them to an archery contest, and it is meant to kind of be not an evaluation of skill so much as it is an evaluation of the individual. They use the time spent drinking, short conversation in between the archery and the actual archery itself to judge a person's character, and whether or not you win or lose the challenge. If you impress them in other ways, then it's a great way to bond. The contest is open to guests if you are challenged, but the guests must not interfere. And especially since you're dealing with Justicars, any interference from outside forces may be seen as a violation of their code. You can watch, though.
We can be there to support you, emotionally. The archery is not so much a challenge of skill, per se, but as more of a challenge of character, putting someone into a situation where they have to think on their feet or act in a decent stress environment and see how they react, see how they feel, see what they do. It's not so much to say you've hit the target better than anyone else, but how do you react when you succeed? How do you react when you fail? How do you react when someone else does well or does poorly? You can be a sore loser, you can be a sore winner. So it's not as much a contest of skill of shot, but more of a presence of mind, I would say.
There is
like a social event. I do those.
It could also be like
There's more.
a judge of, you know, if you do go alone, that would say something about you versus if you go with your friends. If there's a what's the word, lack of confidence with or without your friends, you know, and what you want to portray to them as well.
There is one more thing, Apusand, that you're aware of. The archery itself is a medium for this kind of conversation, almost. It is commonly accepted that you may use whatever tools are at your disposal during this contest. So, for example, in Nathrissa's case, Nathrissa possesses magic. So long as she can work this into her archery, it can be used to empower her if it is done in a clever way. She can also use physical tools that are at her disposal.
So yes, you are allowed to use what you have what your abilities are. But again, it is more of a test of character. You could go in fully confident and try to impress them with pure prowess, or treat it like, as you said, a social event.
Rex, could I have had Kong Jin be teaching me nature during this time? While I'm doing this?
Sure. So, fittingly, the proficiency roll that you made would have been on the 10th, where you got the 22, and it would have dropped your die to a d4.
Oh shit!
Because it succeeds on a 1 or a 2 if you have a teacher.
Hey, that's right! Well, awesome! Okay, cool!
Nice.
Oh, Oh god, now I don't know how to approach this. I thought I was just gonna go and try and shoot arrows. And now I have to present?
No. You misunderstand. It's not about putting a show on, but it is just showing you as a person. Be yourself. Be the.
That's an awful idea.
You're
Don't you know
yourself
that this
around
is all
us.
fake?
You're yourself
Look.
around us.
Look, if you put on a face, they're going to see that you're fake. And honestly, a Justicar, someone like Rex I would assume, be able to see through maybe not everything, because you are skilled, but would see that you are putting on an act. So, if you are yourself, I think they would actually take more kindly to that you are being honest and genuine, and I think you being yourself amongst Justicars as a high elf says a lot about what your intentions are.
I just don't want to ruin anything by this.
The only way you'd ruin it is if you, as you were aiming your bow, you turned and shot them. That would ruin it.
That would be a death sentence, because that is a declaration of that would be an initiated fight, and the Justicars would immediately, their code would demand that they return.
Yeah. That's the same as having a drink with someone and smashing the bottle over their head. Don't do it.
Yeah.
It's an easy. See how extreme that is.
Yeah. Okay, I get it.
Something like that.
She raises her hands in like admittance, and she's like, "Okay, I get it."
I understand this is terrifying. I truly do.
Is there any late night places that sell booze?
You're out?
Oh yeah. I shake my little winter cloak, and there is no clinking. Yeah.
Nathrissa
I know, surprise.
is out of booze.
Gasp! Yeah, there are plenty of places that offer drinks this late at night. Again,
That's just for
the tribe
flavor,
is
though.
very share and share like. So if Apusand goes with you, it's super easy to find one. Y'all can both get a drink, a bottle.
Okay, bet. But yeah, now he knows that the Justicar are here.
Okay, yeah. Which, without pressing too much further into that, then we skip to the following day, and Apusand, this fact becomes very clear, because as I mentioned, as you are talking with members of the Luc de Dion about siege weaponry to be constructed, that sort of thing, you are approached by one of the Justicars. Would you have gone with Nathrissa to her contest previous night?
If she would allow me, yes.
Nathrissa?
Yeah.
Okay. Then you would recognize from introductions during that time, oh, let me scroll back down. The Tibetan Mastiff, Nyima. That's Nyima. Nyima. Nyima Vasht Sayanam. The massive mastiff with the incredibly huge prayer bell weapon. She stands 7 foot tall, bismuth armor, and she approaches and sets down the bell with a clang and puts her hands on her hips, looking down at you with a completely unreadable expression because her face is so covered with fur that you cannot see the eyes.
I'm 7'7".
Okay, looking up at you. You have things to make, yes?
I do, yes.
I offer my services. I am a crystal smith. And you can see that the tools hanging around her waist, obsidian tongs and the like, are indeed the tools that you briefly witnessed, although you weren't able to, because of the secretive nature of the crystal smithing, you weren't able to catch much of it. But you do recognize the tools around her waist.
Oh, that would be invaluable help. I would much appreciate any assistance you were able to give us.
All right. I don't want to roleplay it out too much because I haven't got the accent down pat.
Of course.
The inspiration for the Cyanum is Tibetan, and I have no idea how to do a Tibetan accent. Anyway. But yeah, you actually show her then to the Crystal Rain ammunition. And large though it is, she just like picks one up and lifts it up and begins like rotating it and examining it. She takes a very small hammer that's next to the big one and ting 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 ting, and you watch like as she taps certain parts it like jitters a bit in reaction, but she examines it all over. I could replicate this.
Oh, that would be
Perhaps.
wonderful.
Not many. I will tell you which supplies I need.
And we will do our best to supply you with them.
Alright. Yeah, so she can start work on making more of the ammunition. Well,
Oh, sorry. I would have wanted to tell, like, the leaders about the cult's, like
speaking
plan.
to Aylin.
About the, trying to do a multi-frontal attack and split our resources with the main force attacking the capital.
Okay, we'll get to that in a second because there's something interesting there. There is a manner of magical crystal that it's elementally aspected crystal that is necessary for the production of the Crystal Rain ammunition. But you hand over the plans for the ballista that you found down in the vault, and she is kind of like helped through the translations, and begins like talking to people about the supplies that she needs. It'll be difficult to procure the crystal, but the region does have mines for that. And so, there are supplies that can be gathered. I'll make rolls for her to see how much she can construct.
If there's anything I can do to assist her, I would be more than happy to.
There are, if you would like to spend a certain amount of time each day, and a certain amount of energy, I could have you roll in order to aspect crystal.
Oh.
Whoa.
Because
that is a skill I'd love to have.
As a mage of your level, as a wizard, you are very skilled, and especially Order of Scribes, you're very skilled in working with the elements, and aspecting crystals is just a matter of pouring a large amount of energy aspected to a particular element into certain types of receptive crystal.
I like the sound of that.
Oh, that has so many magitechnical applications.
So, I will let you know what rolls you need to make in between sessions, and you tell me how much time you want to dedicate to that, and then you'll basically get to choose what types of Crystal Rain ammunition are forged.
I have to run to the bathroom.
Sounds
Go
good.
ahead, that's fine. Okay. For the purposes of war machines, you know the cost of ballista, because it's you have to get an amount of materials that are equal to the equal in cost to the health of the siege weapon. The Crystal Rain Ballista will be double a standard ballista.
It's a fair amount.
Mm-hmm.
It's been posted in private chat, and a standard ballista is 50 gold, and would take about 3 to 4 swords to craft. Now the Crystal Rain Ballista, I'm assuming, needs some crystal elements instead of just swords in order to craft them magically.
The ballista itself doesn't need crystal forging. It utilizes wood and metal, but it's a
7
more
swords.
it's a significantly more complex type of ballista. And
then we can just make logs.
Now your calculation for the swords is based on the fact that only half of it can be metal, right? So only half the cost can be applied through swords.
Yes.
Cool.
So like 7 swords is 49 gold.
So keeping the cost in mind, you can let me know in between sessions as well. Make a note. Tell me how many siege weapons you would like to construct and of what type.
Make a note of that.
Let me know if you need money.
I do.
Alrighty, just let me know how much you need. Rather, is the better.
I can tell you how much money I have.
These are being made for the tribes, so it's possible that you can procure extra supplies or funding from them as well. That's just going to take rolls to see who you can convince to give items for the war effort.
Yeah, Apusand, you really just need rope. Like, you don't really need gold, because we've got the metal and swords. We can make infinite amount of wood with the longbow. We just need arrows. And then we would need rope, which is not that expensive, and you get a lot of rope.
Sounds like it's a plan.
Cool.
So would you like some money?
And each time you cast a spell, it creates 10 pieces of ammo, except for the Crystal Rain.
Gotcha. As for the money, I don't think we need it just yet.
You don't need gold to make it. You need items.
You just need to convince.
Right,
you just need to convince people.
So I'll be trying to make some requests for goods, the good of everyone.
And we already got 100 swords. So the real material we would need is a crystal for the ammunition. Or rope.
Yep. Okay, cool. And then, I mean, the last thing that I have on your list, Apusand, was working on the Gates of the Hidden Kingdom book, the Mystflow stuff, which I think is going to be just kind of rolled into training the mages.
It's good.
Shall we say that you're dedicating half of your time on these 5 days to construction of weapons and half of your time to training mages?
I think it's reasonable, yeah. I don't think I can probably work at any other time for cooking, and I can always book it up later on too. I had one day off for cooking, and I probably should have had a teacher for that instead.
You could if you're doing the same ratio, because you're not training mages on the 8th. They're being gathered, and then will be trained on the 9th through 12th. You could dedicate at least 4 hours of today to another cooking check.
Let's do one more try at that.
Okay.
Let's see if I can.
Yeah.
Would I be able to help him?
Let's see. This would be the 8th. You would return in the evening, Kadre. So yes, you could. In fact.
All right. So it's a 1d6.
1d6, and on a 1 or a 2, you move down to the next die. Mm-hmm.
Fingers crossed. that I've learned something.
Ow.
The luck. I'm sorry.
Man.
Yeah. Cool. Well, next, let's run through Nathrissa's list. Nathrissa, on your list, I have learning languages. Is that something that you want to focus on?
Yes.
Okay. How much time? You have 5 days. How much time would you like to dedicate to that?
I would like. Oh, what else is on my list?
You also have.
Let's do.
Sorry, go on.
Let's do 2. Let's do 2 days worth.
2 days? Okay.
Yeah.
2 full days or like 4 hours out of 2 days?
No, like 2 full days.
Okay.
Dang.
So that would be you would have to have a teacher for this.
I'm probably gonna use Razvan or Apusand, whoever's available.
Apusand being busy, Razvan would agree to help you in between doing normal smithing. Did I inform you of how language would be handled differently? Did I give you a system for that?
I don't. I think we said that I was starting to learn, but I haven't actually entered into a system.
Right. Oh, that's right, because you didn't dedicate enough actual time to begin learning. So,
Yes.
here's what we do. What's your intelligence score?
Give me a second.
So 13, so it's +1.
Yeah, 13.
Okay. Let me get my learning new proficiencies document really quick. Expansion books. Okay. Okay. So with language, because of how we're handling it, you basically have to learn proficiency 3 times. In order to get it to fluent. But the first time will get you to the basic, and then you'll get to, like, or not basic, you'll get to broken, second time will be basic, third time will be fluent. Languages are hard. You're starting on a D12, Razvan is teaching you, you're dedicating a full day, so you will get to roll a D12, twice at advantage, so it would be 2d12, keep lowest one, KL1. And you can do that twice.
At advantage?
Yeah, so that's advantage. You have somebody training you,
Okay.
and you're spending 8 hours, so on a 1 or a 2, it succeeds. And,
because I need the lowest.
exactly, so in this it's
Okay.
keep lowest.
Okay, so 2d12, KL1.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so
Okay.
nothing on the first day. Go ahead and roll for the second day. Oh! You
Oh!
drop to a D10 then.
Okay.
Dang. Nice.
Yeah. Cool. Fabulous. Yeah, for the purposes of this, we will say that, because you basically have to learn it 3 times to get fluent, it's just when you succeed on the D4, you've learned the broken version of the language. To learn the basic version of the language, you have to succeed on the D4 twice, and then to get all the way to fluent, it's, you're gonna have to go through the process 3 times for that one.
Wait, so you have to go through the process a total of 9 times to get it to fluent?
So it's easier than a proficiency, because with a proficiency, she would have to succeed on the D4 4 times to gain proficiency. With language, you just have to succeed on the D4 once to gain a broken understanding of the language. Then, in order to gain the basic, the one where you can speak most phrases but don't get bonuses from it, you go through the process again but have to succeed twice on the D4. Fluency is significantly more difficult to do. It's a total of 6 times that you have to succeed, not 9.
When you go through it, when you're on, let's say you're learning basic, do you have to go all the way from the D12 down to the D4 twice? Or is it just down to the D4 and then you have to get the 1 on the D4 twice?
You have to go all the way through the process twice, just like you would with proficiency. If you have a higher intelligence score, it's easier to learn languages. Like for you, Kadre, you start at the D6.
Oh shit!
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Because it works just languages are based off of intelligence, except in the case of thieves can't, where it's wisdom.
Which is weird.
And certain magical languages, but we're not going to talk about those here. Let me make this note really quick. Hold on.
I will be needing a refresher upon my next training.
Mm-hmm.
I find it funny with my cooking. It's like, the old saying, can't teach a Djenah how to cook.
What? Can't teach a Djenah how to cook. That's definitely not a saying. The Djenah love cooking.
You can't teach me how to cook.
Can't teach Apusand how to cook.
You know what they say. You can't teach me how to cook.
Starts crying.
I've had prestidigitation for my food for 2 centuries.
It's like, how do I know if I've left the eggs on there too long?
Oh my god.
They turn
Okay.
brown, Apusand. I'm colorblind. No.
So, that's checked off the list, Nathrissa.
Okay.
You also have acquiring your non-detection amulet. And
No, I'm not gonna do that.
I'm not going to do that now. Okay. Lastly, you have talked to Tama about the Octios and any changes.
Yes, I'd like to do that. And then the rest of the time I'll do etiquette training.
Okay. Then you have, I believe, a sending stone to her with 3 charges.
Yes.
Okay. You spend the entirety... I mean, it's a sending spell, so theoretically you could do this all 5 days. Let's start on the 8th. What are you sending to her?
I'll say something along the lines of just checking in with you, Tama. We're still alive. Any updates on your end?
Okay. You would receive the response. There is nothing new here, no. We simply wait.
Okay, that's good to hear.
Alright, good to know. Bye.
Alright, good to know. Please don't feel afraid to reach out to me if any disturbances happen.
Thank you. It is comforting to know that we have someone watching over us.
We're doing our best. I'll talk to you later.
Okay, yeah, you use your 3rd reply for that one, and she does answer. If I may, have you found any solutions to our low ether supplies? We are not certain what to do on that front ourselves. And she will send another message so that you can reply, because she has 3 charges as well. There has been no new fluctuation in ether reserves. At our current rate, we have 5 months.
Oh, fuck. Okay. Yeah, that's something I'm gonna have to talk to the group about. Ah, fuck.
We never. Oh, I might need to go with Kadre to Sínokal at some point.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I don't think that a solution was ever devised. Did you talk to Nicomedes about that? Or he...
We talked
that back to Albion? To Zerstorin
briefly about a group of people under somewhere. We were very vague about it, very vague, and talking about what's gonna happen with the Charterstone.
Yeah, I thought that we would be able to get the Charterstone back to them.
Yeah. From what you understand, they're not about to completely disassemble the bottom portion of their tower. You haven't given them a reason to. Anybody. Yeah. You haven't given anybody a reason to do that.
We were waiting for their Thorin to they were settling in to the tower and getting information.
You're uncertain whether that would even fix the problem.
But okay, so it seems like Nicomedes has come up with at least a temporary fix, right?
A temporary fix for the city.
For the city.
Because, originally the power source was extremely unethical. It was bodies of comatose Djenah. Nicomedes took the advice of Kadre, ideas that were made for a magical generator, and cobbled something together before he had to run back off to Albion, because Albion is now at war, in order to provide power to the city, a more ethical solution, which, as you can see, isn't even complete, because Kadre would return and inform you, not all of Sínokal has etheric power. Most of the outside layers do, but none of the Undercroft practically has any yet.
Kadre just has to build the generator from the skyship thing.
I just have to, repurpose ancient Djenah technology that was only a prototype back when it was originally invented. That's in a language I don't understand.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can do it.
I've seen how you roll.
Your faith in me is both disturbing and reassuring.
Okay, hold on. There was that one floating, ethereal voice or whatever, the hologram that talked to us. Didn't it tell us how its knowledge of how we could not how we could fix it, fuck. It was like telling us what its source used to be.
Its source used to be ambient ether. But here, I can actually give you a brief reminder of that. Ilo was the name of the magical construct in question. They informed you that... Let me see. Let's see. First of all, you overheard them estimate depletion of etheric reserves and stasis failure by the 21st of Astra. So I may have got my timescale wrong. I gotta check my months. Hold on. World info. I need my calendar.
I need to make a fucking list about what's fucking wrong in this world. There's a war going on in Albion. There's a war coming to the shores of fucking Ostadosh.
Okay.
There's
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, actually, so it would be just over 7 months.
Okay.
Before stasis failure.
It's not the worst, but it's not.
Yeah.
Great.
Well, no, actually, she still would have said 5 months. And and the reason why you have enough charges, if you pressed that question, she would inform you that 5 months is the cutoff for the amount of power that would be necessary to wake everybody. Like, that would be in just over 5 months, they would hit the limit where they would have to wake as many as they could. Yeah. To choose who wakes, and it would probably only be about half of the people in there.
God.
So, Ilo did not give you a solution. Ilo told you that roughly 1,257 years ago, a massive shift in aether currents and density necessitated the severance of the other 3 vaults. A complete a genocide of it required them to kill off 3/4 of the remaining sleeping population in order to keep 1 vault alive.
Yeah, and we had assumed it was because of the war and them taking the Charter Stone.
The war, the destruction of Bestunal was more than 1,500 years ago, but 1257 is just before the year 0, because it is currently 1243 Sandria Atom. So that would have been sometime in the War of the Traitor.
We need to discuss about possibly revealing the existence of the Octios to help them.
Yeah, to Zerastoran, at least. And the reason why is because
he's not going to be able to convince anyone if he's just like, yeah, I need that Charter Stone for something that I can't tell you about. They're obviously not going to give it to him. I don't care how much of a silver tongue he has.
He's the person that, I feel like is best suited to reveal the secret of the Octios. Because if all of a sudden, the Etherian Empire finds out that a civilization that they obliterated is still alive under one of their capitals, yeah, I feel like they'd go and do something about that we would not like. Don't know what, but I don't think it would be good.
The political theater is a fucking mess right now.
It's like, oh, they lived? Huh, I thought we killed them. Dang, they are actually way too intelligent and advanced to live and are a threat to us. That's what I think, personally.
Yeah, I mean, I know that, yeah.
That's why I'm like...
It doesn't help that some of them are in the cult.
Exactly. On top of that, they're in the cult. So that's why, we wait until after the war.
Not to mention, someone's trying to stir the pot on the fucking elves versus Djenah, issue.
Yeah, someone hidden could be the master, could be the shade. I'm leaning more towards someone else.
I think it's something entirely different.
Yeah. But this is a discussion we should have later when it's not so late.
Yeah. So that's what you learn on the front of the Octios. There's nothing that you can really do about it right now.
Right. Okay.
But yeah, that's important info. Aylin, what was the thing that we were about to do? Oh, right. Talking to leaders about the fact that the cult plans a multi-pronged approach to slip past and get to the capital. Now, when were you planning on using the knowledge rune on the drapery?
After I talked to Fuinanon, I was going to try to see if they have spare moonrune ink for me. because I have 1 dose left. And then I was going to craft some.
Okay. They can provide you 2 extra doses, and you can purchase from between them and the other troops, however much material that you want directly to make more.
Okay. Okay.
So two free doses, and then just spend gold for whatever else you want.
Okay, I'll buy 1 dose then and get 2 for free.
Okay. So then you have a total of 4 now.
Oh,
Mhm.
curtains, draperies, and hangings,
Also,
teach me your ways.
Since I only spent 2 days training on something and the other was just talking, could I have trained on something else or continued my language training for the
Certainly.
last 3 days?
Yeah. Just tell me which one you'd like to do.
I'm gonna do language.
You're gonna do language? Okay.
Yeah.
So make 3 more of those rolls.
Question. With the Mirror of Anchored Sight and the, it lets me scry on places that I have an anchor rune. Now, the anchor runes that I set down, do I have to engrave them on, like, locations? And, what is it?
Anywhere that you could put a moon rune, you could put one.
Right, so, and is it just simply the anchored rune, or do I have to have anchor, like, control true name,
Nope, just anchor.
bind? Okay.
That's the beauty of the mirror, is you put down an anchor rune, and you have your Mirror of Anchored Sight. It's whatever anchors you have crafted, you can look in upon.
Okay.
And the anchor is just anchor.
Nathrissa, you might want to roll those one at a time, because if you get the success on one, you drop to a lower die.
Ah, I see.
Wait, would you still be rolling a 2D? Would you still be rolling a 12? Because you got a 2.
No, it's down to a 10. You're rolling a d10 now.
Oh, I'm an idiot.
I'm gonna try to make the Mirror of Anchor Sight. I want to try to get a basin.
Okay. All right.
Preferably one amongst the Moon Elves, if they have one that I could purchase, maybe.
Let's see. Let me roll you a luck. No, that's not right. The Moon Elves wouldn't have one, aside from ones that are already enchanted. Yes, I'm sorry, Nathrissa.
Okay. Then, can I have, well, out of the ruins, that were found, in the Moon Elven, the Moon Elven ruin scraps that were given to me, was there any, and could I use Bravo's Bustling Beetles, or Ash Yahweh to do it on that whenever he has time?
Yeah, if you want to, before you sent off the box, you could have scrounged out a broken, like, metal, almost like a pensive kind of
I
thing.
didn't send out that box. I crafted a box and I sent out only the metal clamps. All of the other moon rune junk is in our vault.
Cool. Okay. In which case, yeah, so you could retrieve that, and Shawei could repair a basin.
Okay.
On one of those days.
For the Mirrored Anchor Sight, I need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 runes, and then I'm also going to just grab enough rocks for like several anchor runes.
Okay. Easy enough to do around here.
Yeah, so I'm gonna have them all together. And let's see. That roll is that.
Make your moon rune check.
What is that? No.
The fuck? Oh, you used... I guess why GDP has a dice roll.
Yeah.
15 would be 7 runes.
Okay, I'm just going to use this for the knowledge runes instead, like the reveal hidden knowledge.
Okay. So you want 2 reveal hidden knowledge?
Probably. Let me check.
And then you have an extra rune.
I'll do 1 control reveal hidden knowledge and 1 reveal hidden knowledge.
Okay, and you're doing these on stone.
Yeah, my 4 stone slabs that I have.
Okay.
Which I have 5 total.
And you looked over the new information. I believe that dexterity can be used for stone crafting? Wait.
Oh. Thought it was just a moon rune check using wisdom or dex.
Okay. Remember, it's per material that you're attempting to engrave on. And different materials have different benefits, which the benefit of stone is that, like, there's no chance of those moon runes getting destroyed except by use.
Right. So I invoke my arms and use strength, which would be replaced with wisdom, which would be the same.
There you go. Yep. So you can do that.
And
so that won't interrupt that. So you have 1 control reveal hidden knowledge, 1 reveal hidden knowledge, and you're going to attempt again. You're going to be spending a ton of key points because technically it takes like 30 minutes for stonework.
And then it's an hour to get all my key points back.
That's true. So you're just doing a lot of resting in between. So this would probably take up an entire day. That's fine. 9, so 4 runes from that.
Another control reveal hidden knowledge.
You can do part of your runes per roll. So you can do like 4.
Yeah, I know.
Okay. So you have 2 control reveal hidden knowledge. Then. And then.
Doing it again.
Okay. 3rd of your 4 doses. 19. That would be 9 runes.
9. So then I'm doing the basin.
Okay. The basin takes 7, and then you can make 2. Right? Takes 7.
Let's see.
Or does it take 9?
Typically, it's inscribed with 3 anchors, 2 bind, 1 sight, 1 water, 1 true name. Could I use join and rejoin in any way? I don't think so.
1 second. Let's see. There's 3 anchor runes. The object must be bound with 3 anchor runes and 1 sight and bind runes somewhere on the object. Insurance company watching. Image. By default, there is no sound unless the user has inscribed the location or object with the speak rune beside the anchor rune. The object enchanted is permanently linked to all anchors for this reason. The true name rune and the creator's name, that's 2 more runes, is often placed after sight in order to ensure only the listed individual can utilize the object. Alternatively, adding a second bind rune after true name instead of an actual name means that whoever uses the object may look upon the upon anchor runes that they have created or studied.
So I'm only using 1 bind rune instead of 2 then.
Okay, yeah. Which means that anybody... so, if you do... Yeah, so you're doing true name, your name. So that's 7. You're not adding the bind, which means that only you can view this. Yeah, only you can utilize it. You don't need the water rune if you don't want it.
I thought,
but it will make it activate by exposure to water instead of another ritual. So basically, it would mean that you pour water into it to invoke it. Otherwise, there may be some resource that you have to expend to invoke it.
Yeah, it is. It does have the water rune.
Okay, so that's 8 runes that you're going to need of your 9. Then you'll have an extra.
Okay, so 1 anchor rune. And then I'm saving my last dose of moon runes. My moon rune ink. And will be using the knowledge runes upon the draperies and keys and whatnot.
Okay. Which one are you using on which?
Okay, let me see. I'm using control reveal hidden knowledge on the wait. On the wait, so on the metallic key.
Okay. You doing this first?
Yes. And on the puzzle tangled blocky shaped crystalline key, the one where the stone of Minesh was.
Yep.
I am going to use the control reveal hidden knowledge to ask, where is the location of the door that this key unlocks? Or, yeah, where is the location of the thing that this needs to be inserted into?
Okay. We're going to start with that one because that one is easier.
Okay.
You instantly are returned a very specific location knowledge. It's instinctual, and so you do have to pull out a map in order to get it. But I don't want to rearrange my camera for this at the moment because I'm trying to get through the last things.
That's fine.
But if you recall the view of Sang Salah, to the north of Sang Salah, there is a smaller island, sort of connected to the original one. It's mountainous. It looks like it used to be volcanic. The location that you are instinctively imbued with is under the ground there.
Oh, I was trying to find a map. It's not in visual references.
Yeah, because I think I've only shown it to you on camera, because I never actually finished the map of the archipelago.
So, island to the, was it north?
To the
east?
north.
Island to the north.
Yeah, just to the north.
Volcanic, underground.
Yeah, so strange location for that to lead to. But something there, it is meant to be inserted into something there, and you'll know it when you see it.
Perfect. Wonderful. Then I will use reveal hidden knowledge on... Oh wait, I had another one. I had another control reveal hidden knowledge.
You had 3?
No, I had 2.
You used
So I
the other
used
one on the
one.
metallic key. You said.
Right. I haven't used the other one yet.
Yeah, so you said you used the other control reveal hidden knowledge on the metallic key, correct?
Which is, right, the one with the stone and everything. And then I'm using the other one on the
No, this was
mural,
the description.
the
Yeah,
drapery.
no, you said you were using control reveal hidden knowledge on the metallic key and the crystal key.
Sorry, those are like the same thing in my mind.
No,
There's
there are
the
two.
first
There's the
key of
iron. There's the key of
Yeah.
iron, and then there is the crystal key that you found near the Tower of
Yeah.
Minesh that imbued
Yeah.
Apusand with knowledge. That's the one that you just
Yes.
used a rune on.
That's what I wanted. That's
you
what I wanted.
also said that you wanted to use a rune on the metallic key. I said I'll get back to you on that because that's more complicated.
Okay, I was just gonna use reveal hidden knowledge, not control.
Okay, I'll
Reveal
swap
hidden
those
knowledge.
around. Good thing I haven't given you that info yet, then.
Yeah. I will use reveal hidden knowledge on the first key of iron.
The control... Okay, so reveal hidden knowledge on the key of iron.
Mm-hmm.
Get back to you on that. And control reveal hidden knowledge on the tapestry. What information
Yes.
are you
I
getting from that?
let's see. I want to know about the information about the mysterious runes upon the drapery that activated Apusand's eye.
Okay. Are you pointing out particular runes when you ask this? Like, do you have ones in your head, or are you asking what on this activated Apusand's eye?
On the drapery, Apusand had showed like there were something that he looked over, and then after looking over that, his eyes started acting funny. So, upon that location, there was supposed to be like some weird looking text
Okay.
on those words, or that text specifically.
There was no text because he can read all text.
Okay.
There were, what was it? There were symbols. That were near the figure, like in the final, the fourth. Sorry, yeah, in the fourth scene. Because there were 5 in the fourth scene. There was the figure that was depicted, and there were symbols that were near her arms and eyes, and he said, like, the voice whispered to him that they that they were like binding of some sort.
Yeah. Then
so were those what you're asking about?
Yes.
Okay. You ask for that information in particular. You gain the knowledge that these symbols are of they are not a language necessarily, but they are an artistic symbol meant to depict symbolic chains. Whatever this figure is, they are bound not physically, but magically in some location, whether by the people that created this tapestry or by some other force is unclear, but it seems like they cannot leave the place that is depicted.
Good to know. Okay.
More than that, they are... I wouldn't say tied to its fate, but maybe in the opposite sense. like they were the cause of it.
Okay. Interesting. Very interesting. Okay. And then the reveal hidden knowledge on the first key of iron.
Okay. Reveal hidden knowledge on the key of iron. I'll elaborate on this further later. But to make things quick, 3 of these keys are needed in order to access the ancient library of Totsmirsna.
Okay. Okay.
That's a simple version. Okay. It is 5 a.m., which is equivalent to 4 a.m. I know you have a list that is of things that you want to do that is longer than anyone else's combined. They're gonna have to wait, or we're gonna end session now, and you and I can continue separately.
Okay. That's fine.
I did want to ask one final thing, if that's okay.
Sure, as long as it's quick.
Yeah, would I have time to be trained by Apusand?
I'm gonna have to go over your itinerary with you to determine how much time you have available.
Okay.
But I'm pretty sure you'll have at least a few hours. Because I don't think you had a fully packed schedule for all of the days. I just know that you have a lot of things that you want to do, Kadre. Not like a long list, just many directions that you want to head in that require a lot of dedicated time. Which makes it difficult, because you're trying to devote yourself to a lot of long-reaching projects. So it's a juggle. Anyway,
I know I'm losing it, y'all.
Yeah, I am done for the evening.
We're all like,
I know. I'm just my brain.
Yeah.
It hurts.
I'm sorry. I got all of the important exposition that was needed out of the way. Everything else that is remaining can be done out of session, which means congratulations, everybody. We have made it to the end of this arc. I will do one final thing to close out the session, which is this. On the morning of the 12th, Cardinal Argi, you feel confident that over the past few days you have set in motion a great deal of preparation on your part. There's so much more that you feel like you wanted to do and so little time, but looking around, you can see the members of the tribes that have gathered that are hard at work on their own, and you know that you're just 4 people. They have been putting in a lot of dedicated work. And although you're not going to say that you have amazing chances in this war, your forces are maybe outnumbered, you have strategy, you have gods on your side, you have lots of preparation under your belt. You've done what you can. The tribes will do the rest. You gather your things in the morning in the cold, late autumn air and strike out from the city of Astadosh towards the lake where you know the Skyne Witch rests, ready to face her and find the second of 3 crystals that you need for your quest. And with that, we bring to a close this arc.
Yeah,
Next time we return with this campaign, we will be in an alternate universe, Mythos Vanesia Daybreak. And for the next 8 to 9 sessions, we will be experiencing an entirely alternate universe where the Cardinal Argi have met under different circumstances, where their lives have gone completely different, where the world was a much more peaceful place with nations that never went to war and magic-technical advancement that has progressed far, far more than it has in our own universe. That's all. I don't have anything else. My brain is dead.
Alright.
So I just hope that you guys are excited to see the what could have been in the future. I believe, from the look of things, we are not going to be meeting for Mythos Vanesia Daybreak on the 19th, because there is TFF, and I know that several members are attending. Kadre, you're going to be performing, right?
Yes.
Yes. So gives me time to write for the one shot anyway. I will put under discussion whether we are going to start the AU on the 26th or not, because with my upcoming move, I may be taking the extra time to pack. So we'll see. I'll let you guys know in advance. We may have a couple weeks break, everybody, before we return. But yeah, we'll have our other streams to entertain you with, my normal gaming streams. And I'm gonna go ahead and rush through doing my final announcements and rating.
I wish I had something witty to add, but I'm fresh out of juice.
That's fine. This went way longer than I wanted it to.
I mean, you know us. We're over planners.
Over planners and deep role players and
Yeah.
goodness. Well, we'll raid out to Heroes End tonight. Cool. Well, everybody, thank you so much for being here. Mwah. Glad to have shared this with you. Excited to open the pages on our one-shot, and take that break from our main campaign. Main campaign is not over. Don't worry. We're gonna be back with that. But it'll be a little while. Let's see. Yeah, everybody, at the top of the screen, we do have an ongoing donation goal of $600. This is just to cover my bills for the month. Any donations are, of course, greatly appreciated and help to support the channel. Make sure that I can dedicate my full time to this channel, because I do this full time, and if I need other sources of income, then you're going to be seeing me much less. What else? If you want to support the channel in other ways, of course, you can drop a subscription or subscribe to our Patreon, patreon.com/thegrinning-gamer, for just $1 a month, just to show some support. We have merch, of course, and we're continuing to expand. We have Mythos Vanesia Nightfall related merch in the store right now. You can check it out, our devilish and delicious line of products. Let's see. Music, of course, is provided courtesy of Ian Fisher at Tabletop RPG Music, who was kind enough to give us a license. You can check them out on YouTube and on Patreon at Tabletop RPG Music in both places. YouTube's free. Patreon just shows the creators some support and gets you access to perfectly looped versions of the songs. If you've missed our previous episodes, then you can check out our YouTube. It's linked in my About page, or you can do !YouTube in the chat at any time. I promise. The last 2 episodes that I haven't put up are uploaded. I just need to write the descriptions and unprivate them. I just have so much to do. So yeah, you can get all caught up there. That's all, everybody. I will be back either Monday evening or Tuesday. Tuesday for certain. Monday, possibly. We'll see. Until then, let's get this raid going. Actually, do we want to do Hero Zone or Fluffy? Let's do Fluffy. We like Fluffy. There we go. Okay, well, thank you so much for coming out, everybody. Mwah, love your support. Each and every one of you makes doing this worthwhile. And until next time, everybody, keep grinning, gamers.